888-263 WMMR. We will go to Nancy to see if we can get the answer. Hi there, Nancy.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, Nancy, what song do you want to tell us, please?
Heart and Soul.
Heart and Soul.
The other one would be Chopstick.
Yes.
Well done. Well done.
Hang on, Nancy. Got yourself 4-pack of tickets for the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair, August 19th through October 29th at Mannheim, PA. Get ready to live the excitement and adventure of jousting nights and royal delights. You can buy advance tickets at parenfair.com. Oh, is this from the movie?
You know who wrote Heart and Soul?
I don't.
Jimmy Webb.
Shut up.
And is this piano at Please Touch Museum? This exact one?
The one they used in the movie?
It very well might be. That might have been, for some reason, that sounds familiar, Case.
Good question.
These were big sellers. I just watched Big for the first time in years the other day, Preston. It's still as enchanting as ever.
All right, I have several things to get to in the entertainment report, so we're going to get to it right now. We're going to start with Oprah Winfrey. Shared a video to Instagram yesterday or Sunday describing her experience at the War Memorial Stadium amid the devastating wildfires in Maui. The famous talk show host announced that she will be making a major donation to help rebuild the island. She said, you know what this week has taught me is that when you don't know what to do, you do whatever you can. She said, at some point, I will make a major donation after all the smoke and ash have settled here and we figure out what the rebuilding is going to look like. She also recalled meeting so many incredible people at the evacuation shelter, including a man named Julius. She said, recalling that, I said, Julius, tell me what you need, because his legs were covered in bandages where he had to run to escape the fire. She said, he said to me that he could feel his skin popping as he was running. He got out of his car because the tires were melting and he couldn't move forward and just started to run. Winfrey said, and when I said, tell me what you need, he said, ma'am, I need nothing. My life is now my greatest gift. I have my life.
So from last week, Preston, when we were reporting on this, and then over the weekend as more and more footage came out, and you saw the main drag there with cars that were abandoned and, the buildings and the devastation, you realize what it really was almost an instantaneous blast furnace.
Yeah.
That people could not escape in many cases. There's a whole bunch of people missing. And then there's footage that's finally come out, Preston, of people who jumped in the water with their phones were recording, trying to get away from the heat. Yeah. It's just insane. I've never seen anything like it.
In Hawaii, the breeze is constant.
Yeah.
It's always. And a lot of times it's very, very windy. Actually, over the weekend, the movie Soul Surfer was on. And there are scenes in that movie where their hair is just blowing everywhere like the entire time. It's just these trade winds are constantly going through there. You get fire, you add that to dry conditions, and then you've got this.
Sure, and peripheral effects from a passing hurricane.
Yeah, exactly. So, obviously, the rebuilding is going to take for a while. There are a lot of celebrities that do have homes, and maybe they'll all jump in and contribute if they can.
Mick Fleetwood's restaurant was burned, and he's out there doing as much as he can to do that.
Shane Victorino's from there. He's been posting a lot about it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So moving on to another story. This is kind of interesting, and it hit, you may have heard a little bit of this, but we haven't had a chance to touch on it yet. Former NFL player Michael Oher, whose life story was portrayed in the Oscar-winning movie The Blind Side, has filed a petition in Tennessee court to end Sean and Leanne Tuohy's conservatorship over him. Oher claims the Tuohys told him that they were going to adopt him, but instead filed a conservatorship that kept millions of dollars from him. A lawyer for Sean and Leanne Tuohy, Steve Faries, said that they have no comment. Will be issuing a statement on today, actually. Sean Tuohy had said that his family was devastated. He said it's upsetting to think that we would make money off of any of our children, but we're going to love Michael at 37 just like we loved him at 16.
It's just wild that this would come out now because the movie was so inspiring, and Kathy, it convinced you to actually like Sandra Bullock.
It turned me around on Sandra Bullock. But you know what, though? I'm interested to see where this goes, because it's not like they still took him in at 16. They still cared for him.
So they
didn't know he was going to be an NFL star.
Well, he had prospects, but for years, I've seen a clickbait that has said, Michael Oher hates the movie The Blind Side.
I've seen it as well.
Here's why. And I've never clicked on it.
Right.
Because it's clickbait. And where's that going to take me? A slideshow of blah, 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 and who knows if it's true or not. So apparently, he's had some issues. So Oher's petition to the court is asking for an order for the Tuohys to, quote, show cause for failure to meet their required duties to provide regular accountings or to act in the best interest of their ward, Michael J. Oher. Now, he became a ward of the state in Tennessee just before he turned 11 in 96 and soon after began living on the streets. And a friend's father helped him get into a school where he started playing football. During the summer after his junior year, Oher started staying with Sean and Leanne Tuohy occasionally. And then it happened more often after he turned 18 but was still a student. The Tuohys offered for Michael to come live with them, and the petition says the Tuohys did tell Michael that they loved him and that they intended to legally adopt him. Michael believed them, was delighted to be a part of the family, and trusted Mr. and Mrs. Tuohy completely and called them mom and dad at their request. The petition says soon after he moved in, the Tuohys gave him legal papers he thought were necessary for the adoption. It says Michael trusted the Tuohys and signed where they told him to sign. What he signed, however, and unknown to Michael, were not adoption papers or the equivalent of adoption papers. Instead, the papers appointed Sean and Leanne Tuohy his conservators. The conservatorship papers were filed by an attorney so close to the Tuohys that Oher was told to call her aunt. The petition says that at no point did the Tuohys tell him that they would have ultimate control of all his contracts, and Oher was falsely advised by the Tuohys that the adoption would have to be called a conservatorship since he was over 18, but was for all intents and purposes an adoption.
It's pretty complex.
It is. I'm trying to summarize some of this. The petition says the Tuohys have falsely and publicly represented themselves as the adopted parents of Michael, continuing to the date of the filing of this petition.
We can learn about it in the sequel, Robbed Blind.
So apparently, the petition is asking the Tuohys provide a sworn accounting of the money belonging to Michael that should have been paid to him. Now, parts of his life story were captured in the book called The Blind Side, Evolution of the Game by Michael Lewis, adapted to the movie of the same name in 2009. Sean Tuohy told the Daily Memphin that we didn't make any money off the movie. He said, Michael Lewis gave us half his share. Everybody in the family got an equal share, including Michael, and it was about $14,000 each.
Huh.
So I don't know when that statement was made.
That's some bad business.
It's horrible business.
Earned over $34 million during his NFL career. So I'm curious as to where all this is going to go.
Well, yeah, on the surface, when you start to see how the finances have been reckoned, it seems really weird. Like you said, Case, that was a hit movie.
Yeah.
It was huge.
But I don't know how those things work out and what portion of it you get, if it's your story or what you agree to. I have no idea. I don't know.
Sometimes I regret that we were pre-med.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sandra Bullock, by the way, won Best Actress for her performance of Leanne Tuohy in the film at the 2010 Academy Awards.
Kath, I actually hated her performance in that movie. It's funny that was what brought you around to her. And for me, I was like, I can't. I'm not a Sandra Bullock fan, and I never have been. And
she doesn't get more milfy than she does in that movie. She looks fantastic in that flick. All right, so One Tree Hill story. This is weird.
You're a big One Tree Hill fan.
I'm a Hiller.
Super huge.
But no, listen to this. Her name is Bethany Joy Lenz. She opened up to Variety in a recent interview about the 10 years she spent in a cult, including while starring on the hit show from 2003 to 2012. She said, it was like a secret life. I'm on this TV show. I'm living this glamorous celebrity life as people see it. And I have a total secret life going on. And it was so painful. She said that she joined the cult because she was looking for, quote, Wednesday night Bible studies in Los Angeles, like the one she went to with her family. And she said, that's all it was to me. However, the actress claims the leader of the group was sociopathic and compared him to NXIVM founder Keith Raniere.
It's not a good comparison.
As for her One Tree Hill co-stars, Len said it was open with them. It was a whisper behind the scenes, like, she's in a cult. And for a while, they were all trying to save me and rescue me, which is lovely and so amazing to be cared about in that way. She added that she was finally able to leave the cult in part because they filmed the show 9 months out of the year in and around Wilmington, North Carolina. She said, in a lot of ways, One Tree Hill saved my life. I had a lot of flying back and forth, a lot of people visiting and things like that, but my life was really built in North Carolina, she said, and I think that spatial separation made a big difference when it was time for me to wake up. Now, I dove a little bit into this.
Yeah.
She doesn't mention the cult by name.
I didn't see it mentioned.
But in the past, she has named this thing called the Mosaic Church.
Okay.
And has been she's had a few things to say negatively about it, so people may assuming that it might be
Putting two to two.
that what she's talking about. But and then I tried to dig in on the Mosaic Church a little bit and didn't find out a whole lot about it other than the leader is this very charismatic guy that some people have some curious.
And I bought you bought more One Tree Hill memorabilia off eBay. Yeah, because you love it so much. I'll tell you this. You see these things and you see these people and you wonder, at my lowest or at the point at which I was most conflicted in my life, would I have been susceptible?
Yep.
You
I
know?
would've.
You think you would have, Case?
Yeah, I mean, there was this hippie commune that used to come to Fish concerts and hand out pamphlets and stuff.
Right.
And, at 22, 23 years old, where I'm still trying to find a way in this world and, searching my soul for whatever.
Right.
I was like, oh, here are some people that are like me, that are living a free, or what appears to be a free life. And,
Right.
Also, and going back to the Nexium thing, Stephen, we watched that documentary on Keith Raniere and everything. At the onset, this looks like a program of positive reinforcement, how to live a life and get what you want, and the ideas are like, that makes sense.
I was
sure.
like in the pitch.
But then once you get 5 levels into it, then you start to go, wait a minute, this is running my life. You know what I mean?
I'm being branded right now. How did this happen?
But even before that, just it starts to take over slowly. They start to take little things from you, and it's
look at the
you could
Seagram's
get
errors.
caught up in it. If it seems at the base like a positive force in your life, so it's weird. But then there are other really cuckoo ones that get you from the get-go and are like, how do people get involved in that? I have no idea. But I will be interested to find out more about this and if she's going to reveal any more about it. And I love One Tree Hill.
Do you even know what the plot of One Tree Hill is?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
I know there's a hill with a tree on
That's
it.
the only thing I know about.
That I
There's
know.
only one tree.
Oh, my
That's
God.
it.
I went to 2 Tree Hill.
Damn
I
it.
am so far away.
Why are there so many trees on this hill?
Late, guys.
All right. So this is good news. People reports that after 4 years of dating, Zooey Deschanel and Jonathan Scott are engaged. The Property Brothers host proposed on Sunday in Scotland, and Deschanel's 2 children helped to create the special moment.
You knew they were going to get married. They've been together for a while.
The actress shared a photo of herself with Scott on Instagram on Monday, holding up her left hand and showing off her engagement ring, and it said, "Forever starts now."
I like her. I'm not that familiar with him, but I know in the DIY community, they're beloved.
It's a fun show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, got like a good rapport, obviously, because they're twin brothers. But I actually haven't watched that in a while. Maybe I'll go back to watching that. Whenever I hear
All because of the engagement.
Whenever I hear Zooey Deschanel's name, I always think of that picture of Zoe Dave Chappelle. You guys seen that one?
Yeah, it's great.
Ashley Olsen is officially a mother. How about that? Yeah, yes.
I didn't even know she was pregnant.
Yeah, she recently welcomed her first child. They named him Otto with her husband, Louis Eisner.
And the baby came out smoking.
Louis Eisner, I'm sorry. Ashley and Louis welcomed their son months ago and thrilled to be parents, according to a source. And that's really all that I have about that.
They kept that under wraps.
Yeah, so she's got a baby. That's crazy. Wow. In new court documents filed by Kevin Costner's legal team and obtained by People, the Yellowstone actor's lawyers accused his estranged wife, Christine Baumgartner, and her legal team of, quote, gamesmanship of the worst sort as the pair navigate their divorce.
You are conducting gamesmanship.
Costner's attorneys saying Baumgartner is avoiding answering questions during the discovery process as both parties prepare to determine the validity of their prenuptial agreement in November.
Have you noticed that whenever there are millions and millions of dollars up for grabs, it tends to cause acrimonious divorces? What is it? What is the reason behind that, Preston?
The court document states the objections she has mustered in an effort.
She has mustard.
She has loads of mustard.
What kind of mustard?
It's the spicy brown, so it's good.
I'm good with that.
The objection she has mustered in an effort to not disclose her contentions are frivolous.
Frivolous.
She says she does not understand words like understood or negotiation. She does not understand words like understood.
That's tough.
You know, her law firm is Nell, and Nell.
Or negotiation, and she cannot answer this discovery. They ordered a writ of Tai Tai.
A writ of Tai Tai.
Yes, the court.
So she has all this mustard. I know his family is deeply entrenched in the ketchup world.
Yes.
It was never going to work.
Baumgartner risks losing a $1.5 million payout by challenging the prenuptial agreement.
When you can say, that's such a wild tightrope to walk. I'm too stupid to understand what a prenup is.
Yeah.
And then you have to argue that in court.
That's like, I swear to God, whenever I get
Sidelong Hong Kong.
whenever I get Hong Kong, no, honestly, whenever, and it's going to happen, the IRS pulls me into court.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going to go, dude. I'm pleading dumb. I'm pleading dumb. Which
But I have the receipt. I can show that I'm dumb.
Casey, was like in Breaking Bad when Skyler pretended to be really, really stupid as handling their books.
Yeah.
That'd be me.
yeah.
Only I wouldn't be playing.
I wouldn't be playing. This would not be an act.
I am legitimately stupid, Your Honor.
So Jennifer Lopez gave fans a show at the Taverna Anima e Cor, the Heart and Soul Tavern in Capri, Italy, while on vacation recently. The actress knew just what to do when she was handed the microphone at karaoke night. Lopez sang Gloria Gaynor's I Will Survive.
How magical.
And her own song, Let's Get Loud, in front of the crowded bar.
Could you keep it down? I'm trying to eat my tiramisu.
So she did a little karaoke that
I actually
night.
know that song. Kathy, do you know the Let's Get Loud song?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sing it, guys. Come on.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
She posts a lot of bikini pictures,
She did-
doesn't
well,
she?
I mean-
She's in great shape.
Yeah.
She should. Absolutely. All right.
Tell me, do you post a lot of bikini shots? You will.
Kendall Jenner and Bad Bunny are still going strong.
That's comforting.
According to Us Weekly, the couple enjoyed a Drake concert in Inglewood on Sunday night, and one fan took video of the two of them making out
Canoodling.
in the VIP section.
So that Bad Bunny, he's apparently a pretty good fighter. He's gotten in the ring a few times.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he has the respect of other people who are in the MMA.
Is he going to be fighting, who do you call it next? Jake
Bill
Paul?
Gates.
Bill Gates.
Jake Bill, yeah.
So apparently he's a singer of Dakiti. So
Yeah.
that's what it says in this article. I wouldn't know that. The pair were first linked in February of this
It's
year.
a taco thing that you buy at 7-Eleven.
Dakiti. It's like a taquito.
Taquito.
But
but Dakiti.
Dakiti. So let's see. How about this? Shazam star Zachary Levi appeared at the Fan Expo Chicago on Saturday. And he dragged Hollywood a bit for making, quote, garbage films. He said, I personally feel like the amount of content that comes out of Hollywood that is garbage. He said, they don't care enough to actually make it great for you guys. He said, they don't. How many times do you watch a trailer and go, oh, God, this looks so cool? And then you go to the movie and it's like, this is what I get. They know that once you've already bought the ticket and you're in the seat, they've got your money. And the only way for us to change any of that is to not go to the garbage.
Wasn't he just in a garbage movie?
We have
Shazam 2 was not that good.
to actively not choose the garbage.
I'm not talking about me.
It'll help. And he said it'll help
Other
a lot.
garbage.
Yeah.
Not my
yeah.
garbage.
Yeah, he was, he has stumbled a little bit from what I
Well,
understand.
he
but-
also, I think he's got some legitimate axes to grind in the way that they sort of, once you knew that the Shazam environment ecosystem was coming to an end, once they shifted over to James Gunn and you knew all of that stuff, like with Black Adam and, hey, Henry Cavill at the end of this, and this is what's for the future movies. Oh, there aren't going to be any future movies. It made the reason to get invested in it that much less.
Yeah, agreed.
I yield to you.
In more superhero stuff, in a recent interview with Esquire, Aaron Taylor Johnson, of course, he was in Kick-Ass and
Yes.
Avengers. He was Quicksilver.
Awesome. And Godzilla.
Said that he turned down roles in big, huge franchises that nobody knows about after starring in movies like Godzilla and Avenger films. He also said that he didn't really care for those in Godzilla and Avengers. Yeah. I think that's what he's referring to. Or is it the ones he turned down?
I don't know. He better shut his mouth.
The Bullet Train and actor
He's good in Bullet Train.
told the outlet there was Kick-Ass and then there was Godzilla and Avengers and all those things line up for me, but I didn't really care for them. He said, I was up for movies that nobody knows about, big, huge franchises that were in play, but I wanted purely to be with my babies.
Well, we were up for movies that were huge that no one knows about, too.
He said, I didn't want to be taken away from them, and I battle with what that would be like. He added, in my opinion, the actor that goes job to job becomes effing boring.
Steve, you probably know better than I do, but I heard that at one point he was up for Bond.
Yes.
So he is still ostensibly in consideration for Bond. There's about 4 or 5 actors that the names keep popping up. I'd love to see him as Bond.
Yeah, he'd be good.
Yeah, he would be good.
I wonder if he's referring to that in this story, like if Bond is one of those big, huge franchises.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
It would fall in that category. So
I know he's auditioning for Shazam 3.
Okay.
So we'll see how that goes.
Fans of the Chi. Is that right?
the Chi.
Chi.
What is the
Yeah,
Chi?
It's
Chicago.
Chi-Town.
Oh, it's short for Chi-Town?
Yeah.
Okay. I have been tuning in to watch the first episodes of the 6th season.
Yeah.
Ever since they were released on August 4th, Deadline reports that the premiere saw more than 1.8 million viewers in the first week, more than any other season of the show.
Did you like the first 5 seasons, Preston?
I loved, especially that 3rd season. Man, did they get it right.
When I figured out what the Chai was, I really enjoyed the series much more.
I heard that's one of those great shows that I've never seen an episode of. It's it's been on Showtime this whole time. I don't have Showtime, so I've never watched it.
So Chai Rack was a movie, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and I remember them pitching that. Yeah, I've heard good things about it as well, Nick, and I haven't watched a second of it.
So this would be the Chi then, right?
Yeah.
Because you call it Chi-Town.
Chicago.
Yeah, the
Chicago is
Chi,
called
yeah.
Chi-Town.
Right.
All right, so the Shy's record-breaking performance validates our decision to integrate our streaming services. I'm quoting someone here.
And where does Rice-A-Roni come from?
With the new
That's a San
Paramount
Francisco treat.
Plus with Showtime, executive Chris McCarthy said, exceptionally created by Lena Waithe. The Shy embodies the best of Showtime with rich characters and compelling layered storytelling that keeps viewers coming back for more and more and more.
Shut the f*** up!
Thank you.
Okay.
Man, I never watched The Wire. That's another one that everybody's like, yeah, this is the greatest show of all time. And I never even...
They're going to put the
Got
two
to it.
together and they're going to make the Shire out of that.
They
and Yeah. And it's an
great.
extended
That's
look
terrific.
into the world of the hobbits and what all you can expect. When,
Detectives working in Baltimore. Last time I looked, I was in the Shire, and now I'm in Baltimore.
the Inner Harbor is lovely. Get a chance to spend some time there.
There's a lot of prostitutes here.
You wouldn't complain, so. All right.
Man needs what a man needs.
That's right. All right, and then one last thing. Universal Pictures
You
is
say your name is Trixie?
Universal Pictures has announced plans to re-release Jurassic Park back into theaters in honor of the classic dinosaur movie's 30th anniversary.
Is there? So they'll do this periodically.
Yeah.
They'll re-release a movie back into the theaters.
Sure.
Has any? I'll tell you one that did motivate me to go back. It was an anniversary of 2001 years ago on big screen Cinerama screens, and I went every day for a week to see 2001.
When they digitally redid Star Wars
Yes.
with a few new
That enticed you?
explosions and stuff and
Yeah.
creatures and a little bit more CGI. Yeah, I went back to see it. I thought it'd be fun to go see this movie
Sure.
again in the theaters, and it was cool. It was fun. It didn't blow me away or anything like that, like it
Right.
did the first time, which was just a mind f. But
I thought when they re-released The Godfather with the Death Star scene, I thought that was interesting.
What is that thing? What's that thing in the sky?
that's no moon.
That's not a
space
moon. That's
station.
a death. Bring me Luca Brasi
But
and Admiral Akbar.
so Admiral Akbar hanging out with.
What do you think? This is my consigliere. What do you think? It's a trap. Yeah, I think so too.
By the way, Steve, I watched 2001 on, I believe it was Saturday night. It's on one of the streaming channels.
okay.
So I decided, I'm like, I haven't watched this in a long time, probably a decade at least. The soundtrack was bugging my children out because I was in the
Really?
room all by myself watching a surround sound. And it is a lot of long, drawn out and like freaky music. And it was scaring my kids, just the music.
Like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a ton of that, yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's the Baby Elephant Walk.
By the way, starting August 25th, the 3D version of the adventure blockbuster will screen in cinemas across North America. This is Jurassic Park. The original movie was adapted of Michael Crichton's novel, directed by Steven Spielberg, of course. And
Do you remember?
Was followed by 5 sequels.
You remember the first when you saw that movie for the first time on the big screen?
Yeah,
you
blew me
knew
away.
movies had taken a quantum jump forward.
That was it.
Because you might as well have been someone at an actual Jurassic Park. I remember the audience was like, "Holy hell!"
Yeah, we hadn't seen effects like that ever. It was like seeing Star Wars.
Yes.
It was like I've never seen this type of thing before. So pretty amazing. Yeah, everybody, the whole audience was woohing all over. So, all right, I think we can do the clips now. In the new Netflix series Painkiller, explores Purdue Pharma's role in the opioid epidemic. And here, series producer Eric Neumann talks about why it's important that audiences know about the origins of the public health crisis.
One of a number of great things about Netflix is their audience is enormous. And if we can get to 10% of them, that's almost 30 million people who can see this story and say, wow, I had no idea that my doctor was doing me a great disservice when he put me on Oxycontin and told me not to worry about it. It's not addictive. And if it's not working, just take more.
Painkiller is out now on Netflix.
I just started watching it.
They already did this with the Michael
that's-
Keaton.
Dope sick.
Yeah, dope
That's
sick.
exactly what I thought. So I just started watching it, and it's all the same information. I knew the background
But it's a
and all
documentary, right?
of it. No, it's. I mean, it's
docudrama?
It's a drama.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean,
Matthew Broderick.
It's not, and it's not. I wouldn't say it's exactly the same as Dope Sick, but it is all the same information. There's more. I'm only on the second episode.
Too
so
dope, too sick?
I can get back to you, but Dope Sick went more into the lives of the people affected so far. Anyway, Painkiller is sort of just on the outskirts of it.
Was Dope Sick good?
It was really
very
good.
How many seasons?
Just one.
Just one, yeah.
They won like Emmys and Golden Globes and stuff.
Keaton won a number of Michael Keaton turns in a phenomenal performer.
He's a loving, caring doctor who was misled by Purdue Pharma reps who were misled by Purdue Pharma execs.
Now, this shouldn't be
I
a
need to see
reflection on Purdue Chicken.
No,
which is a
completely
wholly other
different
thing.
thing.
Although you think of that every time
Oh,
they
I'm
say
addicted to chicken fingers.
They've been shutting down some of their factories. Believe it or not. Yeah,
Oh,
the
man.
Purdue
Well, that's the new series Chicken Sick.
chicken sick.
That's a sick chicken.
Chickens are sick.
Hi, I'm Matt Copper. Thanks for joining me tonight for Chicken Sick.
All right, let's do the next clip. Here we go. If you could use a time machine to murder someone from the past and bring back dead loved ones, would you?
No!
That's the question in director Jared Moshe's new sci-fi film, Aporia. In this clip, he gives the rules for using the movie's time gun. Here we go.
It was really important that the machine not be like so magical you can do anything with it. When I sat down to write the story, I came up with the rules for the machine that were like basically 3. Like the machine can only kill. You know, the changes are permanent. You can't unkill someone. And once you use the machine, you remember the original timeline, not the new one you've created.
Shut the up!
Aporia is in theaters now.
There was a video game, Preston, and I don't know if you played it. It was years ago. It's right after the Xbox started to really gain steam. And there was a weapon that gave you like 5-second rewind, like a 4-second rewind. And you could use it. And after you got it down, it was a really cool tool to have in the game.
Okay.
But it's a gun similar, I guess,
Something
to what
like
they're
this.
describing.
Can
Yeah.
shortly, stop time for a moment or control time. All right, that's the last story, the entertainment report for you this morning. We are going to take a break. We have a lot of things going on today, including a guest, Dave Raymond, the original Philly fanatic, is going to be joining us. And he's got a book called The Power of Fun. He's a motivational speaker and
from One Tree Hill.
Created a legend. He was on One Tree Hill. So we'll talk to him later on. Maybe he was a part of that cult. I don't know. We'll get to him in the 9 o'clock hour. We got other things that we will chat about when we return. So hang out. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve. All 93.3 WMMI.
Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate, she said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I am Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller, lesser network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Yeah, and I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes. That guy. That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
It's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandijk Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes. I love
you.
He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes.
Forever.
I love you.
I love you.
See,
I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
Like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric a thing.
Oh, that's really cool,
to
yeah.
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split, yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who's the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you five guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all
bizarre,
sounds really bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he, a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating is your ability to have empathy. But I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little? Maybe. Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I roast her a little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously, we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out, and there's 2,000 people outside, and they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that was just, and it was something. Thank you very much, Kathy. By the way, new Word of the Week prize this week. We have a pair of premium tickets for night one of WrestleMania 40, which is going to be Saturday, April 6th at Lincoln Financial Field.
A big return.
Yeah, and first time in like 25 years. So we're going to have some WWE stars on the show this week. We'll get you details a little bit later on. But I wanted to talk about something a little bit of a personal nature, if you guys don't mind. But this weekend was kind of a special weekend for my family. We are approaching what people like to call a cannon event.
Okay, you bought a cannon.
In our lives, we bought a cannon. Cool. We haven't fired it yet, but I want to give you guys.
They're so cool.
No, it means a level of importance in your life.
No,
it's something that will resonate with you. That will a significant change in your
milestone.
Life, for good or bad. So for the first time in our family unit, one of them is flying the coop. And will be moving out. I know.
This is not having kids, but seeing it throughout, my life. It is a tectonic shift, right?
Well, yes. The family dynamic, the five of us, this whole unit is, and I was kind of thinking about this last night.
You were watching One Tree Hill.
I was, and that one tree on that hill.
Yeah, it's like
it just felt like me.
What are you doing?
No. So important parts of your family, adding to your family.
Yeah.
These are canon events as well, but in a different way. For the first time ever, we are removing a piece of the puzzle. We are losing a piece of the family, and I don't mean permanently, obviously, but it's slowly started to dawn on me this weekend. I've known about this for a while, and I haven't given it too much thought until this weekend took place. So to explain specifically, my son Carter is going away to school. Now, he's not going far away.
Right.
But it doesn't matter. He's moving out of the house.
Right.
And that group of five.
Into the garage.
This thing is this thing is just changing shape. And it's to quote my friend Jim as I don't like it.
That's what he said, huh?
Well, when his son left, he's like, I don't like it.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised about how you?
I'm very surprised. And me,
you're the kind of person who I think can process things and you prepare yourself.
Yes.
But as with everything, I think you've been talking about recently how you've been very emotional at TV shows and things like that. I bet you all of this feeds into it. So where are you mentally now?
I'm in a middle ground. So we had a wonderful weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. So we kind of put the edict out, hey, this weekend is family time, no zipping off with friends and stuff. Let's all hang together.
I'm going to need you to piss me off.
We did. No, we did some of our favorite things.
Oh, wow.
We did. It was wonderful. We went out to dinner. We went to the Melting Pot, which is kind of like a family event thing. We haven't done it in years, and so we did that, and we played a big game of Catan. That was a lot of fun.
Who won?
Caroline did. She kicked our ass, but it was close amongst all of us. We did an escape room over the weekend. We went swimming. We did all these things, and it was so special and so wonderful and awesome to spend this time together, yet slightly a little bit bittersweet and heartbreaking. So he's not going far. He's going to Westchester, Kathy.
I know, and you're like making me sad, and I'm thinking like it's not like he's going across the country. He's really he can literally, if he's hungry and doesn't have anything to eat, he can come home.
Yeah, exactly.
You know about the change that happened to Kathy when she ended up there. Just, it all went south.
All that time at Jake's, man.
No, listen,
dollar beers.
You watch. He'll spend time at Jake's.
I'm sure.
He's gonna. I really, really hope that he loves it.
But I'm sure he will.
It's a great town. It's a great school. It's not far, and that it works for people who want to go away, but can't, don't want to go far.
But the difference is that you're saying your home dynamic, where you pass them in the hall, hey at the table, hey buddy, that's not going to be a constant,
and it might be for good.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Hopefully he'll fail at what he's doing,
and he'll be back in a couple of months. No, but this could be the move out for now. I did when I moved out. I moved back for a short time and then moved back out again. So I'm prepared for that to happen as well, but it might not.
Yeah, I moved back in so many times over the years. It probably drove my parents nuts. But Preston, I think I will share the same sentiment as you when Ben eventually moves away or goes to college or whatever. But as you were describing it, I couldn't help but think about the way that Tom Papa was describing what his feelings with his family leaving, and he's going to party, he's going to do shrooms, he's going to live this life that he hasn't been able to live for a long time. It's slightly different because it's just one of three for you, but I appreciated Tom Papa's perspective on actually having some adult time now.
Yeah, I think that's Tom, one, being a comedian.
Sure.
And two, trying to spin a positive on people who might be going through the same thing, because that's what Tom does. He likes to say, look, it's going to be cool. Everything's going to be all right.
I think I would bet the farm on it actually hitting him more than he's indicating, because this has become we take comfort in these patterns in our life, and no matter what, it will be disrupted in a way.
Yeah.
And not, somebody that you really love being in proximity to will not be there.
And now I feel a tinge of guilt for when I left my house and my parents, my family, and took off, because I was the first one to branch out.
Do you want to call your dad now and apologize?
Actually, I wasn't the first one to branch out and leave. Maybe I should, but it's a little bit of a different dynamic because my mom and dad hated each other, so,
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, I'm sure. You got good luck.
Yeah.
Here's a pool cue. We're having auditions here. Snap.
Let's figure this out Joker style.
Mm-hmm.
I remember leaving, and it was difficult, and I did go home a little bit after, leaving the house. And then by the end of my 4 years at college, I actually just told this story. My roommate and I were like, that's it. We're not going to go home for Christmas. We're going to stay at school. We'll just go home Christmas Day. It wasn't like we weren't going to, but because school lets out for Christmas. So you have, a couple weeks where you can go home. We were like, no, why would we do that? We're going to stay here. We rent this apartment. We're going to stay here. We're going to hang out with, and that's what we did. And both of our parents on Christmas Eve called and were like, get your asses home.
Yeah.
And we were like, all right, sure.
One of your goals as a parent is to raise a child that is independent of you. And so you're trying to do that your entire life as a parent. And then once they become independent of you, you're just like, well, don't you need me anymore? I miss you. But I haven't seen my son in about a month. He's been away at camp for a long period of time. I finally get to see him on Friday. I'm going to pick him up. But I've barely even heard from him the whole time. And that's a great thing. It means he's having a good time, that he's away, that he's enjoying his life and doing what he wants to do. But as a dad, I'm like, man, I miss you, pal.
He is attending a Wednesday night church group called The Mosaic.
Steve, he found himself.
He found
this group that accepts him.
He's selling seeds at the airport, Nick. No. Yes, you want that, but it's got to be, to me, not knowing, I'm just operating on instinct, it has to be conflicting.
Well, you have nieces and nephews, though. You see it.
Yeah.
And as they grow up, you just, you want them to be able to fly the coop. And then once they fly the coop, you're like, no, please, come home.
Come back.
You want them to be financially independent, but psychologically tethered to you for life.
Casey had pointed out a video he saw of Bert Kreischer this weekend. Bert's youngest is entering into their senior year in high school, and this is their last first day of school.
Oh, wow.
Up. And so that really got to Bert. That didn't hit me when my two sons were getting ready to graduate from high school and stuff like that. That didn't quite hit me yet. But this is moving away, and it's wow.
I remember my dad crying like crazy when he put me on the bus for my first year of college.
Yeah.
It was,
Get out.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to get a picture.
Let me go to Steve. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. What's up, Steve?
Look, I'm a bitch, so like, I don't like any of this happening. And my wife and I are empty nesters inside of a month.
Wow.
And yeah, it happened fast, and I don't like it.
Right.
And
Steve, were you caught off guard? I mean, you knew it was coming, but when it's now that you're in the zone, it's happening. Are you surprised at your reaction?
no, I knew my reaction was going to be bad.
Okay.
Yeah, and everyone around me knows my reaction is bad. So I'm the one that's a mess. My wife's excited to live our life and do our thing, but I, like you said, I want them financially independent but psychologically tethered to me for the rest of their life.
Yes. The couple of things that I'm hanging on to, Steve, and listen, I'm a far away from emptiness, but a couple of things I'm hanging on to is less laundry, fewer dishes, less trash to be taken out.
It's funny because our area is, in September, we're moving from trash cans to those automated robot trucks.
Yeah. Okay.
And they were saying if you need another trash can, it costs this much. And I'm like, damn it, we're going to have to buy another trash can because we have 3 trash cans every week. And I'm like, wait a minute, you know what? We're not going to have a full trash can.
Damn right.
And that was the first time I thought of maybe a positive.
Yeah, the robots will like you. Yeah.
Won't have to clean out the fridge as much.
Yeah, I mean, we only had 2, but my daughter found an apartment and my son was going to the dorm and it happened fast. But I'm like, we don't have to get that extra trash can.
Well, I think I understand. Now, have you done the thing? Will there be a vacant room you can screw around with now? One of those deals where you can set up a man cave or whatever? Or
what's funny is there is a vacant room it's now the cat litter box room.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a dream come true.
It's a dream come true for them. But my son lived like Harry Potter for most of his life in this closet of a room. And when my daughter moved out, he quickly, for 3 weeks, took that bigger room. Mm-hmm. And she, who has her own 2-bedroom apartment now,
she was pissed about it, right?
Was very bothered.
Well, see, that's their side of the coin. They see you, right?
Home base,
right? When Carter comes home and sees that perhaps there's some furniture in the room that didn't exist there before, it's like, what?
Yeah, no, there had to have been a period. When I would come home, my room had to be available. Now, once I moved out for good, fine. But when I came back from college, no, I was like, absolutely not. You two can't move in here yet.
Well, she moved out. She's gone. I mean, she moved out and in front of her boyfriend said, "What if I come back?" And I just looked at him and said, "Well,
good luck."
Good luck.
Yeah. Let me tell you, you better give her good loving. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Don't give her a reason to come back.
Wow. All right. Well, good luck with everything,
good
Steve.
luck, man.
Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Hey, and don't worry, the laundry, depending on what type of child Carter is, the laundry will just come in big, giant bags once a week.
Oh, you think so? Maybe.
I think, well, when you left, did any of those domestic skills kick in, or was it worse?
Oh yeah, no. For me, yes. I always did my own laundry, even when I lived at home. But when my brothers would come home, it would literally be I was like, "What are they bringing? Dead bodies?" No, it was laundry.
Do you know my kids aren't into sports at all or anything like that? But yesterday, I did this consciously. Carter and I had a catch. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God, you're this.
Wow.
You're making everyone cry today.
We had
just the other day.
We had.
He's like, Dad, I don't want to play baseball. I hate it.
Well, we were in the pool and it was like a Nerf ball.
All right.
But we actively.
Seriously.
We threw the ball back and forth for a little while.
Hey, buddy, catch. Dad, we don't.
I can still carry you.
Oh my God. I found a picture of I think the last time that I picked up my son, and it was
that's terrible.
Casey alerted me to this phrase years and years ago, but you'll never remember, or you're never. What is it, Casey? You'll never remember the last time you pick up your child.
No, there's going to come a time where you're going to put your child down for the last time.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's brutal.
Well, with my son, I still pick him up. The dude's always trying to wrestle and stuff like that, so I need to show him what's up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, Caroline is now almost 6 feet tall. Okay, So about a year ago, I'm like, get over here. I'm going to pick you up one more time. So I knew it was the last time, and I put her up on my hip and everything. I'm like, okay, you got to get out now. Daddy's tired. I can't play golf anymore.
I'll never forget when we dropped my older brother off to college for the very first time, and like I got choked up because my dad was crying, and he's hugging my brother, and it's like I'll see you later, and then a couple of years later I'm off to college. And not one tear was shed for my dad. I was like, oh.
Are you going or what?
Yeah.
What number are you?
I got a movie at 2 p.m.
I'm 3, but dude, my older brother was way better son than I was. All right, so do you remember going through
no, we're going to not have you around the house.
Yeah. Do you remember, when your parents be gone, you would just go through their stuff? Go through the closet.
Wear my mother's clothing.
Yeah. Of course. I remember going through my father's drawers, and I came across a letter that my older brother wrote to him one time, and I'm reading this, and I just, even thinking about it now, I'm like, man, he was a really good son. Yeah. I'm like, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. And it was just a letter, from a son to his dad saying, hey, I love you so much. And
oh, wow.
Somebody
that's a wonderful thing. It just, yeah.
If only you would have been a better son.
Yeah, I was a terrible son.
When you gonna leave the house, son? Yeah, I really need that extra room, son. Now.
Yeah.
Really like you to get out. You're sucking me dry and I want you out.
The accent. We need to write a song that's the absolute opposite of Cats in the Cradle.
Cats out of the cradle.
Get out of the cradle.
Get out of the cradle.
Kick the cat out.
Get out of the cradle. I want to go to Jen real quick here. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. What's up, Jen?
Oh, my gosh. I'm so glad that I can laugh with you guys this morning because I literally just got home from the airport taking my oldest. She is off to University of Hawaii.
Wow.
Rainbows.
My goodness.
That is a massive separation. You can't can't go further than that.
And I cannot stop crying. I literally, I walked into her room when I got home, excuse me, and she left me a note saying, you're the best mom ever. Thank you so much.
Well, that's wonderful. Is there still time to stop her from going?
No, unfortunately, she is in the air on her way to Phoenix, and then she'll get her connecting flight out to Oahu.
Jen, I don't know if this helps or not, but she is so excited right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think once she lands, she will be. She was just as upset the last couple of days. I literally 2 days ago, I thought she was going to change her mind.
Oh, wow.
But she came around. I said we wouldn't be letting you do this if we didn't think you could. And
that's great.
She always said I can't have this opportunity to let it pass by.
Jen, I don't know quite what it'll be like as a parent, but are you able to use as an excuse to go to Hawaii, like go visit her and
No, you know what, Nick? The ironic part is because I have to pay her tuition, I can no longer afford to go.
Yeah, it only costs like $5,000 to fly to Hawaii.
Exactly. So we're going to save up, and we'll head out for graduation, I guess. In a few years, but.
No, listen. The adventure that's going to happen and everything that's kicking in, and I mean, now will because of that distance, will returning for the holidays even be an option?
Yeah, and that's really all she's going to do. I mean, she in her mind is thinking that she's going to come home a little bit in October for like a long weekend. I said, you can't do a long weekend from Hawaii.
No, you don't. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Possible.
Yeah.
So she will come home for Christmas. She has 3 weeks off for Christmas, and then she probably won't be back until May at the end of the year.
Flying that distance, I mean, like absolute minimum would be like a 5-day stay. You know what I mean? Just because it's not worth it. That paying that amount of money and flying that amount of distance, spending that amount of travel time,
and not to mention the jet lag. I mean, there's behind us right now. So,
Jen, is she the only one, or?
No, I got another one on her heels who's also talking about going to Hawaii as well.
Wilmington. Widener.
Just Hawaii. Hawaii.
Yeah. Talk up Widener, Jen.
All right, Jen, thanks for the call. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Yeah, Hawaii.
Let me go to Joe. Hi there, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning to see you, Joe. What's up, bud?
Not much. So I moved out at 16, so I was still in high school. Now, granted, my sister was still at home, so that kind of worked out. But my mom was devastated when I moved out at that age.
Were you moving out to just go on your way? Were you going off to school, or you just said, it's time I leave the house?
So I got a chance to play hockey up in Boston.
Oh.
I got to, be fortunate and move out there and then kind of travel all over the East Coast and Canada and places like that ever since then. So it's been pretty fortunate.
Well, that's an adventure. You never moved back home after 16?
I moved back home for about a year after college, just trying to find a job. But now I actually live in Buffalo, New York.
Wow.
Man.
So how old are you now, and where did you play your hockey in Boston?
So I'm 32 now, and I played in Walpole. So it's like about 2 miles outside of Foxborough.
Dude, that's pretty cool. I mean, that you were able to get at least a functional level of a career going, and then you jump on it. You're just 16, and then you're off and running. That's pretty cool. Was it a little devastating that things don't always work that seamlessly as you get older?
Yeah, because you kind of learn that, all the advice that your parents give when you're, a teenager, and you go, yeah, sure, whatever.
Right. Exactly.
You go, oh, they were right.
Yeah.
Are you in Buffalo right now, Joe?
I am, actually.
If you can go down to the public square, there's a huge statue of Bill Weston there.
Bill's from Buffalo.
Yeah, Wild
Buffalo Bill.
Yeah,
Wild Bill.
I was just going to say thank you for listening from Buffalo, but
Yes.
go look for that statue.
I can look for the statue, but yeah, no, I still get back. I come back every Mother's Day because,
Awesome.
Again, for my mom to let me go at that age, it's kind of nice to get back. And
there you go.
You're a good son. Listen to this.
And your mom's a goalie for the Flyers. So.
Backup goal. All right, Joe, thanks. Thanks for listening, bud. We appreciate it. Take care. We'll see you.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So my sister, her two kids are, her daughter's about to go to Syracuse. Freshman year, her son's going to be a senior at Alabama, and she is such a good mom. I want to show you these pictures. She started this countdown that she does in her kitchen. She is so sentimental, and she's so good at this. This is way more than I would ever do. But every single day for, I guess, the last week or so, she just set up these decorations in her kitchen, and
I'm so happy you're going.
Was there an advent, you're taking down
kind of
one thing at
that.
a time?
So she says, I do a countdown. She pulls a letter down and leaves one of their favorite things in this little jar. So every single time she pulls a letter down from whatever school they're going to, she'll then leave.
Man.
Yeah, I know.
Do you expect
your wife's probably doing something like that?
No, but
I think the notion of coming back and finding a note on the bed. I think it was Jen or whoever said that that's a thing. That's a home run if your kid thinks enough of you to write that note.
yeah.
Right?
No, we're not doing a thing like that, Casey. We're just doing a little thing called paying for everything.
Yeah, you can do that too. Yeah, that
that's
works.
cool.
I wonder if they'll appreciate it.
As far as those little tchotchkes, you can stick them up your ass.
Yeah. Are you sure they don't want M&Ms instead?
Maybe. We should have asked. We should have asked.
My wife she's so funny. She wants to buy land and then build a family compound because this is this is her biggest fear. It's all of her children flying away and
you need is the kind of charismatic leader who can convince people to brand themselves.
Right.
My dad kind of did that, Casey, and that was part of the point of him
in Colorado.
Buying land out in Colorado was to have a place for the family to be able to gather.
Well, he'd been with the Manson family, so he knew.
This is probably another story for another time, but all of us thought he was crazy.
Really?
When he bought that land, and my mom was really angry at him for doing it. And
Did he buy it without telling her?
Oh, Kathy, there's a whole story there.
I have 200 acres.
I'll share it sometime with you guys, but it's become he was right and we were wrong.
Sweetie, how do you feel about the Everglades?
Nick, question. So this is, if you want, you guys could go and build and live on his land?
In part, and the intent was, I'm going to buy this and then build there as something for the family to have, hopefully for generations to come.
Okay.
And my brothers and my mom and I all thought, what the hell are you thinking, Dad? And like I just said, we were all wrong, and he was 100% right, and we're grateful to him for it.
Well,
That's
because
cool.
it was pretty remote too, wasn't everyone kind of like, "What? How are we getting there?"
Dude, it's in the middle of freaking nowhere. But my youngest brother lives in Colorado now. My other brother lives in Virginia, and they were both able to go visit last week. So again, what he did ended up being the right thing. So Casey, maybe Diane's on something.
Yeah. I think I have it closer to Delco than Colorado.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me go to Brian next, who's been on hold for a while. Brian, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Brian. What's up, buddy?
So yeah, my wife and I last weekend just dropped our youngest son off for his senior year of college.
Wow.
So it will become a new normal for you.
Right.
But yes, it is our older son who's getting ready to turn 28 this year. When we dropped him off at Penn State for his freshman year, we sobbed like little babies. It's very difficult. But I think, like Nick was saying earlier, your job as a parent is to essentially teach your children not to need you anymore.
Yes.
And the hardest part of that is accepting your success.
Oh, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, no, that's really, yeah. I mean, if you were to take like what a bird would do,
yeah,
you would take your son up to the roof of a building and throw him off.
So, learn nothing.
But it's funny. We kind of joked around with my youngest son when we dropped him off, like, yeah, we're just going to slow the car down enough for you to roll out, and we'll back up really quickly, and all your stuff will be on the curb, and we'll see you later. But
Brian, what's the most? What would you say is the immediate thing Preston could do to sort of help mitigate the emotion after his son goes away? I mean, hobby.
Preston's son's going to be a lot closer than both our boys. My youngest is at Mansfield University, up close to the New York border, so he's 3.5 hours away. But one of the things we established on a weekly basis was a phone call, just a check-in phone call every week. That way, we weren't hounding him. Either one of them. They had work to do. They have schoolwork to do and friends, and we're not going to bother you.
And also now you can FaceTime and Zoom brings a good dynamic to.
It brings the world a lot closer. My older son, after college, was in the Army, stationed in Hawaii, which was another emotional thing.
Yeah.
But having the technology certainly did make us feel closer.
What if you call your son and you hear?
Hi, I'm Jenny, and I just turned 18, and I've never been hornier ever.
Wow. Enterprising young man.
What's going on over there, son?
All right, Brian. Well, thank you for sharing, bud. We appreciate it. All right.
Take care.
Yeah, good luck.
See you.
That's he sounds like he said a very good thing. Accept your success.
I love that.
Yep.
That is a great phrase. I want to write that down. I want to double back, though, something you said, Steve, about the pushing the bird, the bird out of the nest and throwing the kid off the roof. I saw a clip the other day of an old John Wayne movie. I don't know what movie this is from, but he's standing there. He's talking to this kid. This kid's probably like 7, 8 years old. And a kid's like, I can't swim. He goes, what do you mean you can't swim? And he's like, I don't know how to swim. I never learned. He grabs the kid, throws him into a pond, chucks his ass right in there, and the kid is drowning.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, you found it. All right.
Is it the Cowboys?
No, it wasn't the Cowboys, because I know that movie backwards and forwards. And,
a Hondo.
And the kid is trying to say, grab at the water now. Come on now. You got to grab at the water. I'm like, dear God. It's
oh my
look
God.
at him. We're watching the video right now. I mean, he tosses him like a rag doll into the water. Here you go. Now you're going to die.
Well, you're going to swim now.
Uh-huh.
Hey, you know what? Turns out you can't swim. Paula Poundstone does a great bit where my mom taught me to swim by throwing me out of a canoe, and she goes, the one part I couldn't figure out is why she was shooting at me.
All right. Anyhow, sorry to sidetrack there, but it just made me think of that. We'll go to a couple more calls, and then we'll move along. But let me go to Joe. Joe, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So this summer we've been looking at colleges and visiting colleges for my daughter. She's going into her senior year, but we're starting early, and we've gone to a couple that are like farther away. And I've been picking out the worst things about these colleges to try to put it in their head to not want to go there.
All right. Really? I think I understand. Yeah, it's nefarious, but we understand why you're doing it.
Yeah, I'm the one I don't want her to leave. I don't want any of my kids to leave. I just want to build up on the house and let them all stay there for the rest of their lives. But
Joe, I did the same thing years and years ago, probably before any of them were even in high school. I said, if you go to school around here and you live at home, I will buy you a car. whatever car you want. You want a Lamborghini? But I don't know.
You can lie at that point.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know, like room and board wise. Like if if you were to take the 4 years that you would save on room and board and you buy a car with that. I don't know. That was my line of thinking. Thinking, I said.
Yeah.
Okay.
We bought her a car and told her to travel, and she still wants to go. So
It's going to happen regardless.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you think you'll be able to process it properly? Have you gotten to the point where you're okay with it now?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I told you. My friend Jim said, I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Just don't like it. All right, thank you, Joe. I appreciate it, man. And I remember, Casey, when you were moving out? When you were moving out, not school, but your mom had said to you, you don't have to move.
Yeah, you
don't
can
have
stay
to.
here
You can
forever.
stay for as long as you want. And I'm kind of getting in that camp, too. Like, you guys can stay here. It's
Talk to your
okay.
dad.
Yeah.
I think you should move.
Yeah.
You can stay here. Can you just clean up after yourself a little bit more?
Please.
That's all.
For God's sake.
Tired of having you around every day,
It's-
and I wish you'd leave.
Yeah, it's been an interesting sensation, but I have to tell you, this weekend is one of the most enjoyable weekends that we as a family, I think, have had in a long time. And it's not that we've had bad times. This has just been an exceptionally good time.
Because you made a concerted effort.
We did. And we we do enjoy each other's company. We love each other very, very much. And we tell each other that every day. And it's wonderful. But just this little piece, it's finally starting to dawn because we're moving them out this week.
Yep.
You know, we're on Thursday. We're doing the official
Moving to
move
the
out.
McElwain compound.
How's
Colorado.
How's Caroline processing this?
It's no indicators that it's intense, but Carter's.
Do you know what's going to be
they're
happen?
buds. They're really
I
tight
know.
friends.
She'll go visit him at college.
Oh yeah,
You know.
yeah, most definitely. But Carter's going to have 2 roommates, and so it's
There you go.
it's going to be a little intrusive to have visitors, I think, in that environment. But anyhow, it was as I said, a canon event in our household coming up this week. Wow. But thank you for sharing. We do appreciate it. And good luck to everybody who's going through a similar situation. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. I've got bizarre file stories. Some really weird stuff happened over the past few days. I will share all that with you when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
It would ring once and then it would pick up and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened upon it.
No, but the
You started
reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular,
Yeah.
and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of
Here,
them.
you ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you
Straight
everything.
up. Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is here's another music one for you guys. There we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car.
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
Right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just unless you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always...
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last.
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last.
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man, blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because we've been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
You blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yep.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field
that,
of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Prickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Prickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. All right, Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous out, and
You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
How you doing, man?
Hey, from Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
Purple Power Pocket Pen.
Now,
Purple Pocket Power Pen.
It's really, the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Preston, do you know the story? They are one and only male, and we said, the question went out, do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you, do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
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 All right, we got
prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
All right, let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes. Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the powerful purple rocket.
Another purple
And just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your mask. Okay, fair
You're
enough.
a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay. All right. Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
it may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana. And purple
seems to be the color of self-violation.
4 out of the 5. Purple. Yeah.
Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, start your dildos. Are the racers ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa, in 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh, no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spinning out of control, not moving at all.
Michael's is almost
He's
to
almost
the end.
almost to the end, almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh my God. And let me tell you something
Okay.
here. They laughed when they said, "Oh, a guy's going to be a part of this."
I know.
They said, "Hey, really?"
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. We were actually people would point to us when we walk out in public.
Yeah.
You're actually going to let a man in this dominate.
All right, are all the racers ready?
Yes, indeed.
And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off.
Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the lane number 3 that has been catching up, but it looks like Michaels is inching closer to the start-finish line, or to the finish line, I should say. I believe he's going to take number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2 once again goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started them up again. And ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Prickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael.
Michael's
Once
out in front
again.
You are the man.
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line. Unbelievable.
Earnhardt of dildos.
Yeah. Our number 1 winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Prickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smop,
If you're a short smop,
smopper.
I think any short smop knows a savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, Shart Smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years.
Listen, you don't have to be a shark smopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a shark smopper.
I am a shark smopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, I mean, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing
Even
to see that.
politicians
Yeah,
who
even
speak for a living
politicians.
have commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of it just gives basic information.
Much of it is wildly inaccurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to her
yes.
screen? Do you really?
Pull up a screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
go over there to Kathy's.
I think Michael
microphone.
impresses me as someone with a very competent ability.
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go.
picks out.
Yeah, like I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in.
Which to pick? How do you know? Like, how do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean?
Westbound.
Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where? This one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good.
That's not bad.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
She's
You know
still
what?
learning?
Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better,
Yeah.
that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
You're through in this business.
No, he goes, it happens to all of us. Get past it and make sure your next one is better." And I did, and it helped because I was mortified. Fortunately, it was 4:00 in the morning.
Right.
But still, I was
Well, that's the
mortified.
time to train.
At 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Clearly.
Right?
You know what always amazes me though with that skill set is the people who do the weather reports and have just the green screen and are pointing at things. I could not do that. I have no.
But there's a logic
ability.
to that
Yeah.
there isn't to the trap. If you can see the weather just to the side on the monitor, and you're a trained meteorologist, you can understand that certain symbols mean certain things. But if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look. What I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words. What I do
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. When you have an AC breakdown, you need it repaired today. Horizon Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing repairs your system the same day, or you don't pay. Book online at horizoneasybook.com. All right, we'll start with this home run out of Florida. A woman suspected of killing her 79-year-old roommate allegedly doused herself in soda in an attempt to erase possible evidence on her body.
Soda will do it.
She poured Diet Mountain Dew, Diet Mountain Dew all over her body. When police told her they were going to collect her DNA as part of the investigation. What?
That was awesome.
Mountain Dew.
Oh, you're laughing at that.
I'm
I had
sorry.
phlegm in my throat.
I know. I'm sorry.
So Nicole Max was booked into the county jail on charges of first-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and resisting arrest with violence. A Daytona Beach police officer was flagged down by a citizen regarding a fire at a home. When firefighters arrived at the scene, they extinguished the fire and found a man lying on the floor dead. He had blunt force trauma to the back of his head and multiple stab wounds to his torso. He's identified as 79-year-old Michael Sarasoli.
Looks like someone did the do.
Inside the home, police found a bloody knife in the victim's bedroom near his body. There was also blood found on the wall next to Max's bedroom closet. Around 3:30 a.m., an officer found Max. She had no shoes on, had blood on the side of her leg. A portion of her shirt she was wearing had been torn or cut off, and that portion had blood on it, too.
I can explain.
When officers approached her, she dropped a knife and a hammer she was carrying.
I'm building something.
Authorities said she changed her story multiple times when questioned. She denied knowing the victim and said that she was homeless. She said she denied.
Would you like some Mountain Dew?
She also denied carrying the knife and hammer. She later admitted to being his roommate, but denied seeing him on the day when he was killed. And in regard to the hammer and knife, she claims she often carried items like that around.
I just carry things like that. By the way, she has a wonderful neck tattoo, Preston. You saw the mugshot.
Yes.
Yeah.
When asked about the fire, she became agitated, refused to speak, and requested an attorney. And while escorting Max to the patrol car, detectives informed her they would be collecting DNA. It was then that she asked police for a drink. They gave her a Diet Mountain Dew soda. Officers said she began to procrastinate while drinking the soda. When a detective tried to grab the soda can from her, police said Max doused herself with it, pouring it all over her body and her hair, trying to interfere with possible evidence on her body.
And then she lit a match.
She then began
I'll do it.
pulling and kicking officers as they tried to secure her in the vehicle. The detective received the DNA results back from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for the knife found next to the victim. They found the DNA of the victim on the knife's blade, while Max's DNA was located on the handle of the knife.
All your proof just went up in Mountain Dew.
She entered a written plea of not guilty on all charges last week, and Max's attorney has asked that a doctor examine her to determine her mental competence to stand trial.
Sounds like she's sharp as a tack.
This is a pretty wild tale of survival. A teenager has survived after slipping and falling nearly 100 feet at the Grand Canyon.
This is amazing.
It took rescue crews 2 hours to pull Wyatt Kaufman to safety on Tuesday after falling off a ledge at the popular tourist site's North Rim. He was flown to the hospital with serious injuries, but has since been discharged. Wyatt told a local television station that he had fallen while moving out of the way so people could take pictures. He said he had been squatting down and holding onto a rock with one hand when he lost his grip and started to fall back. After that, he said, after the fall, I don't remember anything. I just remember somewhat waking up and being in the back of an ambulance and a helicopter and getting on a plane and getting here. Among his injuries were 9 broken vertebrae,
Oh, my
a
gosh.
ruptured spleen, broken hand, and a collapsed lung.
Give me 100 cc's of Mountain Dew stat.
Wyatt was pulled to safety by a team from the Grand Canyon National Park who rappelled down a cliff after deciding that the helicopter rescue would not be possible due to the terrain.
God.
Wyatt had been to the Grand Canyon on a trip with other members of his family. He said that they intended to take a road trip back home to replace the memories of the fall.
I saw a number of people when I was in the Grand Canyon this summer, like just go beyond to get to certain spots to take a
For
picture.
selfies? Oh, it's
And
so dangerous.
Not even selfies. Like I watched one guy climb over the sign that said "Do not pass here" to get into this like little cove of rocks, and like I'm just watching. I'm like, why? Like
Yeah.
just stop it.
Kath, because you went to Sedona as well. I went to the Devil's Bridge.
Yeah.
And you have to wait to take pictures there. And I watched this one woman try and do this freaking yoga pose. And I'm like, you can't even get into this pose. Like, it's not that important to.
You're not good at yoga.
Yeah.
You're not even that great. Stop doing
Why
that.
are you risking your life?
Yep. All right. Listen to this. A Florida dog groomer who posed as a veterinarian has been arrested after performing a cesarean section on a Chihuahua who later died of multiple complications from the surgery.
Is it that much of a jump from being a groomer to an actual vet?
I mean, it's the same
So
animal.
you had a scalpel to your scissor collection.
Osvaldo Sanchez was arrested Friday and charged with animal abuse and practicing veterinary medicine without a license. Sugar, a 6-year-old Chihuahua, was having difficulty delivering her puppies when her owners contacted Sanchez, who had previously introduced himself as a veterinarian to the couple.
I'm also an astronaut.
Sanchez visited the home to evaluate Sugar and performed a C-section in his mobile office.
Yeah. Some people might call it a bicycle.
Yeah, during the surgery, he removed a stillborn puppy and charged the owner $600 for the procedure. Well, after the surgery, Sugar got an infection and became ill. They ended up taking her to a real vet, and they said that the incision was closed with string or thread.
Oh, God.
And not with standard suture material, which detectives said could have led to the infection. They took her back to the clinic, and she unfortunately passed
That's horrible.
away. Sanchez was not a licensed veterinarian, but he was a licensed pet groomer, so he had a license, you know.
I do have a license, Your Honor.
All right, and then finally, you guys saw the video out of Nordstrom, I'm sure, right?
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Canoga Park. It was a destructive robbery on Saturday. Chaos ensued as a large group of masked thieves clad in dark clothing scrambled around the store, grabbing armfuls of designer clothing, purses, accessories, and more. L.A. police received reports of the mass robbery around 4 p.m. Police said anywhere between 25 and 50 suspects are believed to be involved.
Yeah.
Although the exact number has not yet been
I
confirmed.
didn't realize it was that many.
Yes.
Yeah. The
Nick, it was
thieves
huge.
were seen violently grabbing whatever merchandise they could carry, with many seen ripping these security devices attached to designer purses and luggage items. Store shelves and display racks were destroyed, knocked over, and littered across the floor, along with a ton of fallen merchandise. At one point, a security guard who tried to intervene was attacked with bear spray. The suspects all fled in multiple getaway cars before officers could arrive. Guests were evacuated from the department store as officers cordoned off the scene during a busy Saturday. I mean, it was organized crime.
Yeah.
It was a big organized hit.
They did a crew of about this size at the same location did a Nike store the day after.
Right?
Yeah. As completely coordinated. Apparently, when they left the Nordstrom, Preston, there were vehicles waiting for them.
And what's funny about this is, or weird, is the fact that they only got away with around $60,000 to $100,000 worth of merchandise.
Yeah.
With that many people, you know, you'll hear of like a
Smash and grabs.
jewelry store smash and grabs, which get way more than this. The video showed store employees sweeping up broken glass from the floor and clearing the mess and debris strewn everywhere. Details on how the smash and grab robbery was coordinated remain under investigation.
Nordstrom is reconsidering their shoplift one, get one free.
Oh, is that really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to, because that can be crazy. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you for now. All right, let us take a break and come back in a moment. A reminder, we have Tattoosday today. It's your chance to win a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. Text the word tattoo to 39333. We'll see if you win from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing by the time we wrap. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Anybody can.
You know what, Michael? You know what? The worst part.
In a way, that was a very touching compliment.
Was that a compliment?
The worst part about traffic is when you're waiting to hear the traffic and you're waiting to hear the road that you have to either avoid or get on. And then you space out, and you're like, "Oh my God,
you missed it."
What did she just say? She just said my road, and I wasn't paying attention.
That happens with me with the weather report. The one day that I'm looking to have the information for is the day I invariably glaze over and don't listen to.
Right. Well, you know, there exists now, or maybe it's just coming online, technology where you can plug what you want into, apparently it's your telephone.
Exactly right.
And then it will actually tell you what the weather forecast is going to be. And if you miss it, you can do it again.
We are creatures of habit, and and so we end up like you default back to a kid waiting to see if your school is closed.
That's
and,
right.
It's
All right,
it's all
Michael, do you live in Los Angeles?
I
or
live
California?
in the Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
The Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
Connecticut is a little further east.
A little, yeah. So very East LA.
Furthest most eastern town or state in California.
Well, let me ask you then: how did Michael Ian Black, little Michael Ian Black, who was growing up on the shores of Connecticut, California, how did you end up in entertainment? What was the path that led you there?
I, as a very young person, I was 9 years old, and I was sent away to summer camp, and I did a play there. I don't know why. I think because there was a girl I had a crush on.
Of course.
Who was doing the play.
What camp were you at? Tecumseh?
It was not called Tecumseh. It was called Camp Najiwa.
Okay.
A Jewish camp with an Indian name. And
that's so unique.
It has a better ring than like Camp
Comanche
Shivowitz or something. It's just
Camp Shivowitz. Well, it's a joke because that's where the Indians send their kids.
Camp Cavalli.
And then I did it, and then I came home that summer, and I was like, Mom, I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, whatever, because I was 9. But then I never wavered from that. So I'm now living the life choices made by somebody who could not tie his own shoes.
But it's interesting because you're a writer, you're a performer, you've directed. You have these sort of things that present themselves to you. Like my focus was originally going to be television and try to do the radio. Came along. I'm like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is great. But I think the thing that I've found with many people is that, and we've said it time and time again on the show, at a certain point, you say, am I going to do this? And then you eliminate safety nets and just go for it.
Well, I never gave myself the safety net to begin with.
Okay.
I think most parents encourage their kids to, get a degree in something or have some kind of backup plan. And I knew that if I did that, it would be too easy to do the backup plan and not do the thing that I wanted to do. So my feeling is that when I started, everybody said, show business seemed like an impossible way to make a living. I didn't know anybody in show business. Nobody in my family was in. It just didn't. It seemed so remote. But crazily enough, as I've gotten older and into the business economy has changed, people in creative professions in a strange way have an advantage because we're used to hustling, we're used to doing stuff, and these jobs, at least so far, can't be outsourced. So in a weird way, my profession is more stable than the professions that were stable when I was a kid.
It's more merit-based. It's more, that makes sense.
In my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah, it's just
I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah. Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually two of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on. Another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay.
Damn
Now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy
might be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right.
On three.
Go ahead.
Everybody ready. 1, 2, 3.
There's nobody in there. There's nobody in the bedroom. There's no one in the bedroom. It's an empty bed. Are they in the wrong room?
Did he go? How did he work on it?
Wait.
He was supposed to be here. We had scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah. Oh, my.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last
I
night.
don't even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's our boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was going to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know
It's
what?
just
I
typical.
say he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know?
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
There's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
The next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful, Michael. Happy Halloween, I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay, there's a deer head. There's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Yeah, let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
Did Jackie's ass crack?
Jackie's ass crack.
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're gonna go on 3. Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're gonna go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him. She completely covered herself up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
She can't hear with the change.
Hey, Curry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy
Is
of
that my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think. Yeah. Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she has clothes on. Do you have clothes on? Are you? There you go.
Hi, honey.
Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
Hi.
Seriously, like a whole ton of people in
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, nothing else, dick face.
Our boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm. here.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes, it was, that was
nice. Room's a mess.
that would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently you're a big.
She's half naked. The other roommate just
Not
came
half.
downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not half.
Happy
She's fully
Halloween.
naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Okay, I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah. Now that the shocks worn off, yeah, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
You have to do estate planning.
Right.
You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. He had Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. Have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, the neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor,
great.
it's the walls.
Well, you jump from trampoline to trampoline, and they've got padding in between them. And then, yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah.
Now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay.
As far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't?
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of Sky High, they have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
morning.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone, and I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls, and I never got to do the trampoline walls.
Here I go.
I need to go back there because when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet.
Get High.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight. But
Get High.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit just, because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on. So, I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer, trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be cool.
Party or something
We can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
I said, and another potential to hurt ourselves.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Our next guest has a new book. It is called The Power of Fun, and I would imagine he knows what fun is about because for 16 years he was the original Philly fanatic. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Raymond. Is here with us this morning. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Preston. How you doing? This is awesome. I'm going to apologize. I haven't been in the studio in so long, probably back in the early days of the Fanatic. So I'm excited to be with you this morning.
Excellent. We're happy to have you. And so, yeah, you were 16 years, 1978 is when the Fanatic was born, and you were the first guy to...
I was the one that was dumb enough to say yes to the idea.
Listen, I would imagine that the technology in Mascot attire has come a long way since when you started, because I'm sure that was...
It's made of stone,
Oh,
right?
my God. Well, I mean, it's essentially a shag carpet that you're running around in 100-degree weather in. Must have been insane.
Well, and I was a football player back when the NCAA allowed you to do double sessions.
Right.
And when they asked me to do this, the people in New York, when I got fitted for the costume, said, it's going to be hot. I'm like,
yeah.
I was in that for like 10 minutes, and I had worked my way down on the field. I said, oh, my God, I got to go all the way back. And I jumped over the railing because I knew I could get out behind home plate just because I needed a break. I thought I was going to pass out. Everybody went crazy. The Fanatic waved at an umpire. The umpire waved back and said, oh, my gosh, that's what I have to do. I got to get on the field. I got to bring the fans onto the field with me. And that was so some of the crucible that was great physically.
Yeah.
But it also provided me very early on the opportunity to stumble on, literally and figuratively stumble on something that was good.
Well, Mascot's, essentially changed. I will remember back to obviously the early days of Fanatic or the San Diego Chicken or whatever. But I mean, traditionally they were more it's a colorful looking thing
Just
off to the
kinda
side
wave.
there, and the element of it becoming an entertainment draw. Or an emissary that could be sent out, for the team. That was ushered in around the period you were bringing the Fanatic to life. That's really where it came from. Did it seem to catch on like wildfire, or because it seems like a no-brainer now to have something that is that? But was it an uphill slog to get that the respect, the Mascot, the respect that it should have? Because you can't even think of the Phils without the Fanatic now.
Steve, it's a great question because Bill Giles' ideas and the Fanatic never would have been born or thought of it weren't for Bill's brilliant mind. And a lot of his best ideas were failures. Kite Man.
Kite Man.
And if it had become a success, it wouldn't have been as good as if it failed. So a lot of people in the Phillies, when they saw the drawing, and I said I was the one dumb enough to say yes. They got the intern who couldn't say no. We got folks here that have grown up in the intern world, and I said, and my dad said, "Do whatever they tell you. Prove your value." So I said yes to it. But it was the first time that was sponsored by a team. The Chicken was part of a radio station gig. At the end, he goes to a baseball game, and
that's right.
He's slugging down beers and stuff. So when the costume was delayed, so I tried it on the morning of the evening I'm going to wear it. No direction. No one had told me. I said, well, what do Halloween? That's the only. So I go to Mr. Giles. I go, what do you want me to do? And he saw all this fear in my face. And he said, you have to go out and have fun. Just enjoy yourself. I'm a college student. I go, brilliant. I know how to have fun. I go running out of his office. He goes, G-rated fun day.
Yeah.
So that's what we did. And it did catch on. much more quickly. I mean, the following day, I was on the Captain Noah show.
Captain Noah.
With
We
Tim
love Captain
McCarver. I
Noah,
got a
yeah.
great picture of that. And McCarver had said in the paper, well, we beat the Cubs April 25th, 1978. He goes, in the paper, I'm reading it. So I'm just a 21-year-old kid. He goes, well, we're 1-0 with the Fanatic. I was like, oh my, they said Fanatic in the paper. I was just like so excited. And no viral videos, no social media. But the Phillies were very smart. They did not say something's coming. They didn't say we're creating a mascot for you. It did leak out that something special was going to happen. I found out many people thought that Frank Sinatra was coming to sing the national anthem. They were disappointed, but the rest of them were surprised.
What if Sinatra showed up and they said, here, put this on?
Dave, did Captain Noah say that he was your godfather from there on out?
Well, Carter was an amazing man, and that was the first appearance of many times with him in and around Philadelphia, and he really connected the Fanatic early on to kids. I thought it's what Bill envisioned, but Carter opened up the doorway to that, and so all the visits to elementary schools and schools in general really were created by Carter's work.
I want to highlight the work of two men in the Phillies organization that the casual fan might not know about, and the first is Bill Giles, whom you mentioned, and then the second is David Montgomery. Can you speak a little bit about what those two guys did for you, for the Phillies, for this city?
Well, they were children of the Carpenter family, I like to say, and it was a family because of David and Bill's. Bill used to say, listen, when you start work for me, you got three things to do. Number one is show up on time, prepared to do the job we've hired you to do. Two, over the next few weeks, I want you to figure out how you can enjoy this job and come tell me what I might be able to do to support that. And the third was, when you hire somebody, hire them with the same three edicts. And so David Montgomery grew up with that. The rest of us grew up with that. When I retired in 1994, when I officially left the Phillies, there was no human resource department. About a few months into the human resource department, Michael DiMuzio, who was the long-term stadium op guy, Delaware guy, he got suspended for 2 weeks because some inappropriate joke flew through from his computer to some other people's. And I went, wow. I don't think I would have had a job very long if that happened. So we had the opportunity to be a close and loving, connected family. I think some of the tissue is still there, but it's just in a time where it's harder to do that. So David Montgomery and Bill were two enlightened leaders. They did things like when they gave me the trust and said, go out, do whatever you want as long as it's G-rated. I got that freedom.
Well, on that level, G-rated can be many things to different people. And I always thought the Fanatic had a bit of an edge, that was a little bit more a hipper. I don't know. Maybe it's just a perception because he's ours, but do you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
There's on the G side, there was an edge to it.
Yeah, well, so G side's a box. You can always get right to the edge of the box.
Right, yeah.
Cut a little peephole.
Right, yeah.
Maybe, so for me, the reason why I didn't feel, once he gave me that direction, I was fine because I'm a Phillies fan.
Yeah.
I know all the insecurities, the den of iniquity 2 hours north of us.
28 world championships.
And our reaction as that gets panned by media outside of here, what it is knowledgeable fans. You see what they did just recently with Turner, that they decided this was the time that they were going to change it up, and that's knowledgeable fans. And so I was that. I had the heartbeat of Phillies fan beating me. I knew exactly who to go to, how to make fun of them, or how to bring them in on the joke. And yeah, it like I would look at the woman who was wearing something completely inappropriate for the Phillies game, generally in the family section where some of the guys' girlfriends were, and then I would be sneaking up on her, and all the guys are going, "Oh, look, the Fanatic's going to go," and I'd get right to her, and I would take somebody's jacket and throw it over the top of her, and do that. That's not a very good sign.
Oh, yeah.
And so you got right to the edge, and then the mothers were happy.
Right. So, Dave, did you originate the little hip shake, the little hula move? Because that's a patented move.
Yeah, the belly bump was one of the wonderful things about the costume having attributes that were great go-to expressions because everything was nonverbal. What was interesting is I started to travel with the Fanatic. I realized in the Midwest, when you were in front of a Midwestern crowd, that was obscene. So you had to be careful. So on the East Coast, where generally I was, that was accepted as just being get out of here, get out of here.
Yeah.
So that and the whammy and all these things that I love seeing is part of the Fanatic's personality today.
Wow. Well, whatever was in that suit, a portion of it was the fountain of youth, because you're 67 years old, dude. You look better than I do and in better shape than I am. It had to have kept you physically in great shape moving around the way you were.
Well, right back at you guys, because, I see your publicity shots. You guys are in great shape. And I'm thinking, well, they're a generation younger than me, but I can relate to them. It was the best thing in the world that I wasn't expecting, was the constant... I'm talking about 5 or 6 showers a day.
Sure.
It's a 5-shower day. That means I'm going from here, then I got to
Yeah.
take a shower and going there. And it sucked the weight right off of you. You'd lose 8-9 pounds of water weight every day.
No doubt.
Then you'd fight to drink fluid. Then you realized, hey, I got to eat a lot of calories. And I would go from like 175 to 162 at the end of the season. And then on the off season, even though I was still working, I was trying to get back up to 175.
Right.
So today I'm 174.
Wow.
And I got it.
If you are just jumping in, it's Dave Raymond, and he's got a new book called The Power Fund. Dave is the original Philly fanatic. Let's talk a little bit about the book. Amongst all this that was going on in your life in the beginning, and being the Philly fanatic, you've had some hardships. A lot of people do. It's just part of life. You have to find a way to overcome that and still be this happy-go-lucky, bring the sunshine to everyone type of person. Was that a challenge for you?
Well, it was at first. I mean, immediately you get hit with tears of the clown. Life can be brutal. One of the ways that you get through life is to actually not to waste your suffering. And the concept is, if you're going through challenges, and think of all the things you have to do to overcome them. You're getting help, you're with friends, you're trying to do your best to keep your mood up. What we don't do is, when life is throwing us the good times, we don't celebrate that or balance that as much as we do when brutality of life is with you. And that's all my book is about valuing something that we take for granted. We go off, if I were to say, what do you do for fun? In your minds right now, the listeners and people are thinking of something. So I get together with my buddies. We go hiking, I read a book, I meditate, whatever it is, it's your go-to for fun. And then the question I want everybody to ask is, how can fun save your life? Many times it's the same thing. The people that are enlightened say the same thing that they're doing for fun normally. I just have to keep doing that, even during the tough times. So the book was, everybody has a book. I wrote a book because everybody said, you should write a book. Excuse me. So I go and write it. I get a friend of mine that's a great writer, excuse me. And we write this book. I wrote 400 pages. When my friend got involved, it was 200 pages. So you learn about, what writing's about. Sure. And it's a wonderful kind of a take-home version of my keynote speech. Jeffrey Bezos doesn't get out of my money. It's all on my website. And it was really done out of wanting to write it, being proud of it, and then finding that people really enjoy it. So it's been a great success for us.
There are core things. We talk about it occasionally on the show. We had a conversation last week about what you do to enhance your life. And to many, it seems like this ephemeral notion that, that's trippy stuff, like mantras or creative visuals or any of that stuff. But I know that I have employed a few of them in my life to good result. Like I just recently had the chance to, you spend a lot of time, with a family member saying, from a crisis sometimes can be seen as an opportunity. You can turn that into an opportunity. I had to be beaten over the head with it throughout my life to realize it, but eventually you do get to that point where you look for those things. So a book like this can serve that. If you glean one thing that makes you approach life in a slightly better way, it's worth it. But we want to deprive ourselves of that. I don't know about that. I don't want to think that way. Do you find yourself coming up against people who are reticent to embrace the notion of this?
Yeah, nobody told me he was this brilliant. No, it's really, it's wonderful what you said. So what I like to talk about is it has to start with you first. So put your oxygen mask on first before you help others. That's the concept. So, well, what do I
just said that to someone.
I mean, and because if you don't do it for yourself, you're not going to understand how it works, and you won't believe in it. And then, so one of our best intentional activities, people want to know, what do I do? They're always simple. Stop asking people when you greet them, hey, how are you doing? You just gave their brain the permission to dump on you.
Yeah.
So instead, say, tell me something good. Especially, you go to the first curmudgeon that you know in your life and go, tell me something good. And then they, non-verbally, they go, and then they'll, I'm alive. You know, I'm alive. Yeah, that's something good. So we do that all the time. I did it down in the lobby this morning. The guy was cleaning the windows. So he said, tell me something good. He goes, it's cooler in there than it is out here. I mean, it always, it kicks off a conversation that you require a person's brain to focus on the positive, which we are wired. Positive psychology teaches us. We're wired to keep the negative things in front because it's about threats.
Yes.
If you say, tell me something good, they got to turn it off. It always takes them longer to come up with something good than it does.
I love that.
With something that they hate.
So tell me something good is something,
It's a wonderful intentional activity to try this.
It's also a great song. Tell me something good. Tell me.
Who sings it?
Oh, man, who does that?
I think Pavarotti.
No. All right,
Chaka Khan.
I will. Is it Chaka Khan?
I thought it was Shaka.
All right.
Very good.
I've been thinking, Dave, a lot about happiness and joy over the last few weeks, really. And one thing that often brings me happiness and joy is our Phillies games and the Fanatic. And you and I were chatting a little bit about this in the green room. Watching people's faces around the Fanatic, seeing their happiness brings me happiness. And watching Phillies games, listening to Tom McCarthy and John Kruk, that brings me joy, which brings me to my question. Gritty does the same thing. Gritty's obviously a lot newer than the Fanatic. Can you talk and tell our listeners a little bit about how you got involved in the Gritty world and sort of the bridge, on from Fanatic to what Gritty has become?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. It was in 2000 I started Raymond Entertainment, and our concept was to help people create their own Fanatic. And over time we said yes to every piece of business, and then over time we developed a process. And we've been very successful getting an organization to understand that the very first thing they have to do is they have to care. So when I have this mascot intervention, our first meeting that we have with folks, I require that we have the president or the CEO or the CFO in the room. And if they don't show up, I'm saying, look, guys, this isn't going to work unless everybody understands how important this is. Everybody should be in this room because we're creating a living entity, a living, breathing brand extension.
Yeah.
Because if we do this right, you're going to send out an initiative, a marketing initiative, that's going to connect to somebody on an emotional level seamlessly. And then those people are going to want to take a picture of it. They're going to hug your brand and they go, look what I just did. I mean, if you're a marketing person, you don't want that. You're not thinking the right way. So it started, actually the Flyers called me. And they said, look, we want to do this. We were at the Super Bowl and we saw all the other mascots from the city. We were missing another opportunity to show our brand in front of all these passionate fans. We're not doing it anymore. We don't know when this is going to happen, but when we do this, can you work with us? I said, absolutely. You're exactly who I want to work with. The one organization that people just don't think a mascot would fit. And that's where we started. And then we went in and I said, you have to tell your story. Not specifically for the character yet. Just tell your story, your ownership, your history, the city, your fans, the sport. And then they come up with a concept of the story. I help them with adding the details of, intrigue and drama and beneficiaries and villains and all that. And what they came up with, because I told them this is going to be 6 months of negativity at a minimum. And so they come up with the idea that it was a troll. Gritty was a troll living underneath all iterations of the stadium. He was tired of all the bull crap, just play hockey. And he would jump up in the middle of the night and deface all of the new things they were doing. And they caught him. Right. And then they said, oh my gosh, look at him. He looks like our players. He's unkempt. He hasn't showered or shaved. And he's black and orange. And and I got a little nervous because I remember telling Sean Tilger, their boss, I said, he looks like a Stephen King project, like he wants to eat children. And then he yelled at me. He goes, you told us this is what we were supposed to do, and this is our authentic story, and this is our guy. I said, great. And that's why it was a collaboration. It didn't matter what I liked or what I was afraid of. It's what they did, because when they rolled it out, he said, here's why this is going to work. When people go, what the heck were you thinking? You have an answer. Have you seen our players? Do you know how tough this sport is? It's cold, it's hard, puck hundreds of miles an hour, bones breaking, teeth being knocked out. This is our environment. This guy looks like he can handle this environment. Or has been there for a while. And then it turned on a dime in 48 hours.
We were part of that process. Yep. We originally saw the video, which should be a lesson to anyone: never light your mascot from below. So he comes out, but then when he came,
look at this thing. This is so stupid.
He came in, and we were like, got it. We're good to go.
Immediately.
And that was within 48 hours.
Yep.
And then you saw the city embrace, at a crazy level. Because, and you've seen mascots fail. Obviously, your job is making sure that they work. If you could distill it down to the one essential thing that makes a successful mascot, what is it?
It's the storytelling.
The story.
It has to be an authentic story. It has to be yours. Yeah. Because then you can explain to people why. Why does he look like this? He looks scary. And then you have all the answers. Well, he really, come on, let's be accepting. He's a troll. And now he's here. He hasn't seen the light of day. Of course he looks a little bit frightened. Look at his eyes. But they've got brilliant people there in social media. And when the Pittsburgh Penguin did the dismissive tweet, okay, LOL.
Yeah.
Then Gritty says, sleep with one eye open tonight, bird.
Yeah.
And then our fans go, he's our ugly. He's not yours.
Yeah.
Do not diss our
And
ugly.
that was it.
And boom.
And it's funny because we talk about in this industry and in any industry that interacts with an audience or people, there are tons of experts and tons of advisors, but no one really knows what's going to catch and how it will catch and what will make it catch. But it's that old principle of we can make fun of this, but you can't. And that bonded so many people together so quickly. It was so wild to see it work that way.
Yeah, I loved it when Gritty showed up at the baseball game and gave the Fanatic a hug. The Fanatic's best friend and a good friend of mine, Tommy Burgoyne, called me and said, hey, we're thinking about doing this. Any thoughts about, what you think about it? I go, Tom, the Fanatic's the Pope, okay? There's no worry. You're going to come in and bless Gritty and say, welcome to our fraternity, and you're in. And it was just a wonderful moment, and this is what the city's all about.
No, it's great.
We love Tom Burgoyne. He's a friend of ours as well as a friend of the Fanatic. How about Tom Lasorda?
Well, he actually was a friend, or I think we were always friends. It was when I was at a costume, he would always have an entourage. He would tell the story, and then he would point at me and said, see that kid? He's lucky he's alive. But when he would meet me, he's from Nordstrom. He'd say, how's your dad doing?
Okay.
My dad, Tubby Raymond. And
we had him in the studio one time, and I think Nick brought it up, and all those years after, he was still tangibly pissed at the Fanatic.
Was it shtick on Tommy's part at that point?
In the beginning, we went 1979. The Fanatic was anointed as the mascot for Major League Baseball when they toured with an American League All-Star team and a National League All-Star team to go and play in front of the Japanese fans. Tommy Lasorda was like a god there because Major League Baseball has always been huge, and he was the face of Major League Baseball. He was the National League All-Star team's manager, and Chuck Tanner was the bench coach. And I was there as a kid. I started signing the baseballs in the clubhouse because I wanted them to remember the Fanatic was on this trip. Well, I was signing in the sweet spot where the manager signs. So I didn't. So Tommy stages an intervention. He was hiding in the manager's room. I start signing the balls, and he comes running out face to face, spittle all over me, going, and it's you little, and he's screaming at me, and I'm leaning back in my chair. Oh my gosh, Tommy Lasorda is yelling at me. This is awesome. And then Chuck Tanner came out behind him, and they all started laughing, and Tommy goes, look, I get it, kid. You just can't sign where the manager signs. So I said, great. So the rest of the 6 weeks, there'd be 6 dozen balls, and I was about ready to go to the hotel, and Tommy goes, whoa, Dave, you got to sign all these baseballs. So it started with that type of relationship. And he loved the fact that the Fanatic would make fun of him in front of the Japanese fans. They would take this deep breath in, like, oh, no. And then Tommy would turn around, and I'd given him a little tongue, a little party favor, and he'd blow the tongue at me. The fans were crazy. So I honestly think what happened to him was he loved the fact that he could be mean to the Fanatic in front of our fans. Our fans would boo him, which he enjoyed, and his players loved it. And he never said Fanatic. He called me Dave. Dave, I'm gonna kick. And so
That's great.
This particular night, he was on a weight loss regimen with Oral Hershiser. It was picked up by Slim Fast. So now he was stuck in it. So he came to Philadelphia. They were in the bottom of the cellar in their division. He hadn't had pasta in weeks, and he had not allowed the clubhouse manager to bring another Lasorda jersey on the road because Steve Sachs used to steal his jersey and give it to me. So I went and bought a jersey, had a seamstress put Lasorda on it the second night, and then I come out with the dummy, and that was it. It snapped. Look at me.
I'm watching the video now.
He beats the hell out of a Muppet. And
my God.
And right there, my head almost fell off.
And that's a no-no in the mascot
you can't lose
world.
your head.
Did you ever come close to completely losing the head?
That is the only time.
That's the only time, because that to me would be, you've seen like people who show up dressed as superheroes to kids parties and the head comes off. It's like,
no, you
it's
can't.
Oh my God.
Dave, we're watching the video with you and Tommy Lasorda and the Fanatics on his little ATV. Did you ever have any incidents on that? Did that ever get away from you with the ATV?
Love that ATV because it was a three-wheeler when it started, and I realized this looks cool and I get cool. Like it's blowing air on me. And I could get from the upper deck to the field in seconds, to the point where people said, oh, there's two Fanatics. Look, he was just up there. He can't. So it was such a great tool, and it looked funny, and I got really good at it. But the players had a blast with it. They used, on a hot Sunday afternoon, I would have the four-wheeler out in front of their dugout, and I'd be fooling around. One of their guys would jump on the four-wheeler, because I had to leave the key in it, and they'd drive it all the way to center field. And they would leave it there. And then I would start going, and Paul Richardson would play Lawrence of Arabia. You know, yeah. And I'm like, and I finally get to the four-wheeler, and just when I'm reaching it, the player has snuck behind me the whole way. He jumps on the four-wheeler and drives it all the way back, and I'm stuck. And it was hot. And I'm thinking, okay, now I can get on the bike and go. So it became such a great tool. And Tommy there, he was trying to drag it into their dugout. That's what got me back in to try to pull it from him, because my big edict was I could not delay the game. And if that four-wheeler went in the opposing dugout, there was no way they could get out. The ground crew would have to come out and pull it out. And I'm like, I'm going to get fired. I'm going to get fined. And so, you but it was one of the best props, was that functional props.
Super well-known exchange,
And all mascots ride on vehicles now.
Some people like to look back at Veteran Stadium with rose-colored glasses. I am not one of them. I found
How
it to
dare you?
It was summer games, Phil's games for fans were abhorrently hot. What was it like for you on a daily basis? I mean, we talked about the weight loss already, but it must have just been oppressive being out on the field.
Yeah, it was. The fans actually have a tougher job, because I could get finished with whatever 20-minute routine I was doing, and then I get to go into an air-conditioned room and drink water and Gatorade where people are stuck out there. I think what it was for me was it was a great guide to not being out too long, because you do not want them to have complete access to you at all times, because if they do, you're not going to be special anymore. So if you go, today I can tell you, around the second inning, the Fanatic is going to make an appearance behind the opposing dugout on the third base side. In the fifth inning, he's either going to come on the field, or he's going to come running in the stands and jump on the field, or be on a dugout. In the seventh inning, he's going to be on the first base side. That was a basic schedule that I had set up to be able to feel like I was in different places. And then there's times for you to do VIP visits in between there. So that is still today. Like any kid I bring to the game, I go, oh, the Fanatic's going to be out over there. How'd you know?
It's amazing.
I have some inside information.
I wanted to ask you.
But it was hot.
Because
no question.
Kids light up, and you in those years that you were doing it, you have highs and lows and so on and so forth. What was the most profoundly emotional thing that you encountered?
Well, that's the heart of all this. So everybody understands the Fanatic at a Phillies game, now at Citizens Bank Park or at Veteran Stadium before. But I did, on my own, 350 personal appearances a year. We had some wonderful backup performers that would do an additional 200 a year. Right. And I was doing funerals. So much we said we put the fun in funerals. And it was true, because it was the right place to be. I walked into hospital rooms. over and over and over again where a family is dealing with unthinkable tragedy.
Yeah.
And I'm walking in there going, how are they doing this? It's a celebration. They're hugging me, tears of joy, and then you leave, and the parents take the time to say, this is the best medicine we all of us could have had. Thank you.
What a gift.
So that's going on today. Somewhere that sort of thing is happening. And that is where you realize the power of distracting fun. It's necessary. It's required. It's needed. We all need to connect. It is something that we can't survive without. We've been wiring. That's why COVID was so difficult. We opted in for physical safety and completely opted out of emotional and mental safety. The Fanatic is a reminder of how powerful fun can be in the most unexpected places. And the message that I deliver is you can do that yourself. You don't need to disappear into a personality. You just need to realize it's up to you. Happiness is not a feeling, it's a doing. It's what you're doing.
It's happiness without the heat stroke. Right?
That's right. Although, maybe we could mix a great business to provide you mental health and physical health at the same time. We could do that.
Dave, you do obviously you have the book. It's called The Power of Fun. If you're just tuning in, Dave Raymond. But also, do you speak to groups? You'll do motivational speaking? And
yeah, it's an amazing business to be in because I honestly believe everything that I've done in my life has put me in this place. I was mentioning to Nick that one of the things I missed about the Fanatic were the fans, and you're in service to an audience, and you get to perform. I now get to perform. I get to use the best of my nonverbal, thanks to my mother, and the best of verbal, and I work really hard on stagecraft. And then what's beautiful is the audiences are coming back and saying, this is really powerful. So I used to talk about marketing. Now my clients, and SAP, Loudoun County Schools, the biggest school district or one of the biggest in the country, 17 high schools, all these administrators come down to learn about what the tools they need to help provide the support for the teachers, which have it rough today. The FBI, SAP, AstraZeneca, Uber Sooner, all of these organizations say, come in and tell our people about how they can build on their well-being.
You know, it'd be kind of wild. What you should do is do a mascot that's an exact replica of you, even with the shirt, everything, just so you can still come out as you, but with the mascot costume.
That's great. Yeah, and then you strip off the layers, and then, oh wait, that's you.
Yeah,
little different than other reveals.
Well, you're certainly making a difference. You know, these are tools again we talked about earlier that people sort of demur from occasionally, and we tend to deny ourselves the notion of, can I really achieve happiness? Am I owed happiness? Or how do I, is it my right to work for it? All those things are just kind of, I don't know. But embrace the notion you can make your life better.
Yeah, it is an intentional, that's what's most important. The simplest things are, you have to do this intentionally, which means you have to decide that once a day, you're going to give your mental health, 6 minutes?
Yeah.
In the morning you wake up, and before your feet hit the floor, you think of one thing you're grateful for. Not what you're hoping to get, what you have. In the middle of the day, things are tough, shut the door, put your cell phones away, close your eyes and go to a moment of joy you've experienced and relive that for 90 seconds. And then at the end of the day, write down one good thing that happened in that day. Do it for a week. We call that the 3 Ps. You're preparing, you're pausing, and you're posting. It is phenomenal. That's how simple this is. You know what's tough about it, though? You have to change a habit loop.
Yeah.
I'm busy. I got to get up. I got the kids to school. Get up 20 minutes earlier. Jocko Willink, the great Navy SEAL, said, you want to get up early? Get up early.
Yeah.
You want to be better? Get better.
Yeah.
You want to get in shape? Get in shape. And the simplicity of this is really, really important because then people don't feel overwhelmed.
Right.
Great text coming in, and we'll wrap with this. It said, all those years, he couldn't say anything. Who knew he had so much to say?
My dad used to say, sit down and shut up.
Yeah. Well, Dave, thanks so much for coming in. We wish you continued success. The book is called The Power of Fun. What am I playing here? Oh, yeah, here.
Tell me something good.
Approach people with that. Tell me something good,
Yes,
right?
That's right. Tell me something good. And anybody that wants to know anything about this or get the book, they can go to DaveRaymondSpeaks.com.
We'll make sure that we post that on our social media and our website to make it easy for our listeners. But Dave, thanks for spreading the positivity, man.
I love you guys. You're doing the same thing
We
for many
appreciate it.
people in the car. They're getting their power of fun right here.
Let's hear it for Dave Raymond, everybody. And with that, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Hang out.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah.
All right, you're not going to make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult in a helmet skating around with a helmet on.
I want a roller skate.
An inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no.
He wasn't like the other children.
Oh dude.
He was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
With his own children.
We're gonna call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. Daddy daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just,
You feel safer.
I feel safer. I don't.
I ride a helmet when I ride a bike. Or I wear a helmet.
I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast, but it's totally safe.
Look at this idiot. The other way around. Put the helmet on and ride the bike.
What you riding there?
It's an inspiring story, huh?
The inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm gonna ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're gonna look like a jerk. Yeah, you're gonna look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello, this is the Olympic Committee. We're interested in this new sport you've come up with.
Yes, it's time to find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is. We actually, you know what? Hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents. Either they thought it would be funny or they don't realize or, you know what I mean?
I want to find
How
out
does
the
that
reasons
happen?
because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this?
Right.
What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So, you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with, we're going to go with the longest first. Dear God.
Yes, now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend, he goes, "Yo, big dick." I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing, and I said, "Yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody."
That's good.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet? All right, let's bring in the next Dick. We have a very big Dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other Dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy Dick.
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These sticks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good looking Dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next Dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that Dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of Dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not gonna reveal what that is until we get all 5 of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This Dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald Dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
I love
See,
it.
the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow,
who we are
another.
welcoming. Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the first years of my life. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep. That was Uncle Bitch.
All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick, Dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster, I would probably say. I only really got it in high school. You know, kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little,
It's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our Dicks.
They're
They're
excellent.
all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike
Mike
just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a medical man. You're a man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right, so please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall. The biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length. Our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick
Barrett.
Get over there. 6'10" and a half.
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10" and a half?
I sure did, Preston.
Damn, man. Hey,
almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. You know, I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick. And, but I actually got it from my friends later on that I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay, so you're sort of a
they'd
cut
be
up.
like Rick the Dick, and so
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
that's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being
Big
here
guy.
this morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of Dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest. Yeah. But we had enough dicks, you know, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being our winner. As he grabs a seat, that's Dick L. Coogan, by the way. The next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
Dicks on the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith throwbacks from that?
No, Dick maybe Harry I had.
Dick maybe hairy.
I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick Mayberry. All right.
I want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other dicks in your family?
My father. My father was another big. He was another big dick.
Another big dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see. Who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you. Turn around. Dr. Micah's going to get a number.
Here we are. Step up.
All right, so how we doing?
Nick?
We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment division, and
you can announce our winner, Nick. Give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our dicks.
Biggest dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to Dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me!
The biggest dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a dick.
Actually, he was Dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski!
Yeah!
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get up. We'll find out. One shot pierced the right rear quarter panel of the 2011 silver Hyundai Accent. A second bullet was lodged in the top of the passenger side door, where police said the metal and rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger
So
seat.
it wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Still do,
You young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
Right, it's so
Does
funny.
that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her, like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him, and I like go wide-eyed, and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion, and he looks at me, and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
Marissa, but you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes.
Usually people go like this.
Right, roll down
with your
like,
index finger.
No.
It's like this?
It's like, no, not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like,
That means roll your window.
Roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Roll down your
oh,
turn around and show
you'd have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
Roll down your window.
You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Real quick, somebody wants to send a shout out to Casey.
Oh,
hey.
This is from Chris, who emailed in and said, he gave me the story about losing his job and everything, and then he goes on to say, I was gaining weight like crazy, eating like there's no tomorrow. But one day, Preston congratulated Casey on his weight loss. And you guys mentioned doing little changes, and they help. And hearing Casey talk about the journey got me inspired. So I stopped drinking soda. I got a Fitbit. I started making it a task to walk every day over 10,000 steps. Tried to add vegetables into my diet. I used the Lose It app, etc. And so far, I've lost over 35 pounds.
That's excellent.
Still wanting to lose more. And they said, but Casey, I wanted to thank you. I want to thank you losing weight. I also wanted to tell you that I love your dad jokes, please. But now I'm please.
Please.
With that. But now I'm working in a new field.
I love your dad jokes, please.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
But working in a new field that I love and enjoy, and I make more money.
Please.
Please. And then he says this. I don't know what this is for.
Okay, go ahead.
It says, P.S. Is Gene on the P for those chickens?
Oh, Gene Simmons on, I don't know what the P is.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
Is Gene on the P for those chickens? Like the letter P.
I think it stands for please.
So that's from Chris. So shout out to you, Chris.
There you go.
Yep, that's from Casey Boy. And then there was this email we got from a listener who lives on Maui.
Yes.
And wrote into Nick. He said, aloha, Nick. Everyday streamer here living on Maui. Wanted to reach out to the Philly audience and let you know how it is out here. He said our whole town is destroyed. So the news has some coverage, but up close, it's even worse. The fire spread through the whole town in less than an hour. The death toll is going to be in the hundreds, almost guaranteed. There was no warning at all. Just hoping for a mention, hoping the good folks of Philly can maybe help with donations to Maui Food Bank, Maui Humane Society, or just the Red Cross. We live close to the Upcountry fire, which started early Tuesday morning. So we spent the day evacuated from our home, but luckily it survived. The next day we woke up to the news that all of Lahaina was gone. Dozens of friends lost everything, homes, cars, livelihood. I lost my boat and business and feel like I am completely unscathed compared to so many who lost everything. He said even the docks that Preston left from for his scuba trip is destroyed, along with that dive boat. Anyway, if you guys could help with a mention, that would be great. People are going to forget about this once the news stops reporting, but this recovery is going to take years. Thanks for always making me laugh. I usually listen during work and have no work for the foreseeable future, but I'll still keep listening somehow. Mahalo, and that is from Drew Sulak. He says, Lafayette Hill, born and raised.
Oh, I was thinking of Drew Kulak, the wrestler. I was like,
No, Drew Sulak. So, man, hard to imagine. It's one of the worst fires in U.S. history now.
Absolutely. And again, so it basically became like a lateral, like a blast furnace.
Yeah.
And it happened. There are questions about whether the sirens were audible, whether they were activated at all. There'll be time to hash all that out. But if you look at the area of devastation, Preston, you showed us the general area and where you were.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone.
Yeah,
it's
gone.
Everything. Yeah. Cars that were in transit had to stop and then just set on fire in the road.
Yeah.
That's how quickly it came through.
Yeah. And the people had to, get in the water. And even when they were in the water, still all that smoke was blowing in. You can't breathe.
They kept having to go underwater for like a little bit.
Wait for the smoke to blow over.
Yeah.
And it was actually fairly tumultuous because there was a heavy wind kicking up the water.
Wow.
I wonder, our second string quarterback, Marcus Mariota, is from Honolulu. I wonder, he's got to be doing something.
I would think so.
Obviously people like Jason Momoa and Dwayne Johnson, who are, obviously have ties to this area, are doing stuff. Bezos donated $100 million. You're talking, you would have thought you were looking at pictures of post-bomb Hiroshima. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, it's complete devastation. So hope everybody's going to hang in there, and the rebuilding will start in a little while, but first they've got to get it all sorted out before they move on to anything. All right, you know what? I did notice a few things over the past couple of days, and I think they were worth pointing out to you.
The noticers notice that it's time to notice.
Yeah, and I'm noticing...
Like a mother.
Listen to this. The death meditation trend has now 2.5 million views on TikTok.
This is another one of these insanely stupid TikTok things.
I've read about it. I noticed it by reading about it. I've
noticed it.
I've not seen actual videos or anything. Have you guys?
I've seen pictures of people doing it.
So the mindfulness practice can involve wrapping oneself up like a mummy.
Okay.
That's what I saw.
Which actually, that'd be kind of fun.
That's not that bad.
Well, or imagining one's own death as a way to get over the fear of the beyond.
I mean, that's not really meditating, but okay.
Some death meditations are based on Buddhist traditions. Practices can include imagining one's decaying body or remembering key life moments.
I don't have to imagine it. I see it every morning.
Seriously.
I see my decaying body as I look in the
No
mirror.
imagination required.
No, this is bad.
Dr. Carolyn Rubenstein said it's amazing for people that have anxiety related to death and dying.
I know you feel upset, but you're going to be dead soon.
And intrusive thoughts related to it. This meditation is a form of exposure therapy that can help sufferers confront anxiety around the topic. So I guess it desensitizes you to certain fears if death is a main fear of yours.
Sleep in a coffin then,
You
right?
can do that, right?
I wonder how comfortable. They're not designed, obviously, for the comfort of the passenger, but as a sleeping,
how comfortable that would be? It wouldn't work for me at all because I like to spread out.
Okay,
unless you give me like a double wide.
What if you put holes in the sides?
What if they make them extra wide? I mean, not to fit the body, just so
you can move around.
You can move around a little
You
bit.
know.
You know what? I was curious about these kind of exposure therapy things. Like, so my mother-in-law, she will not fly. Will not fly. They always drive. Terrified.
Never flown?
Has flown. Flew down to Colombia,
right,
South America.
She was performing in an air show.
No, she wasn't. It was, it was a wedding.
Okay,
and it was the only way to get there.
yeah.
So, but they do via VR these days.
Yes,
you can desensitize yourself to things like flying by being in that environment.
Being in a car through the VR.
Well, you're getting
stuff like that.
Peripherally, you're getting a lot of the sense. What you should do is put
a crash scenario.
Or put in the goggles, Preston, and then gently pick her up and move her, drive her to the airport.
Put her in a plane.
That felt real.
Yeah.
Just as a side note to that, with that reality, the VR stuff, I know you're a fan of the Oculus.
Yes.
That device that's becoming more and more common now is, have you seen, it's a harness that attaches to a pole behind you. You wear your VR goggles and you stand on this hub so you could literally run.
Okay.
It's holding you in place and you're getting that movement motion for running and gunning games.
That's cool.
We've been talking about that for years. It looks like they're finally releasing it.
Getting closer to Ready
Get one
Player
for your
One.
mom.
Ready Player One with the haptics.
Exactly. And like in the van at the end.
For your mother-in-law, how did they get her on that plane? Did they have to sedate her essentially?
I don't remember if that was the case or not. If they needed to, have her take something or not. I don't remember. It was
She
a while
said that
back.
the docs in next to her really comforted her.
Have you ever
It's okay,
done?
it'll be over soon.
Have you ever done something that you were extremely terrified to do?
I assume the skydiving, right?
Yeah, especially the second time I did it because it scared me and terrified me the first time. But yeah, absolutely.
Because I wasn't scared to skydive.
Yeah.
So like getting in the plane and jumping out, for me, it wasn't even a second thought. I wasn't nervous at all.
I wasn't scared until I stepped out onto that wheel. And then I'm like, oh, what have you done? But I'm like, I'm here. I'm doing it. I'm going,
It's funny how your mind processes that because I was talking just recently about this. The USS Indianapolis, the story of the ship that delivered the bomb, the bomb for the Hiroshima bombing. And on the way back, it was sunk. Krink talks about it in Jaws.
Sharks, yeah.
But it is true that a number of the people who did survive, and many were taken by the sharks, that really only started to feel fear when they saw the aircraft fly over and identify that they were in the water because they knew now they had a chance to live.
Yeah.
When they didn't, the fear was gone.
Oh wow!
Can you think of anything, Casey?
No, I'm kind of drawing a blank.
What
here.
about a fear that you have that, for example, sharks, go swimming with them or something along those
I
lines?
swam with those.
Yeah. What's that?
I swam with them.
Yeah, you were cool with that, right?
Yeah, I mean,
What about
Ride
like
up in an elevator with a shark?
Yeah, no.
great white cage, off the coast of Guadalupe?
Yeah, possibly. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out if I have ever had a moment where I didn't know if I was going to be able to get over the hump, and then actually do said whatever it is.
So to conquer a major fear and then follow through, you haven't had a moment like that.
I'm trying to think. I'm coming
Mine's
up with
like
a blank
waking
right
up
now.
every day, just getting out of bed.
Well, when I wake up, I'm terrified of seeing how much more I've decayed during the night.
No, I don't have like a big one, but I remember going cliff jumping, and of course, you're going out. I'm like, I can't believe I'm doing this. This is so. And I remember getting to the edge. And I'm like, I thought about it for a second. I was like, if you don't just go, it's not going to happen. And that's what I would do. I would just, it would only be 1 second of thinking about it and just push yourself.
Would you start slowly and get up on like John Ratzenberger's shoulders and jump off? Because he played Cliff Clavin.
Oh, yeah. That's a good
No,
point.
that's not what happens.
But just kind of swallow it and just go.
Yeah, like I knew, and I did it a couple of times. So I knew if you think about it, even after
You're so right.
the second, third time, you're not going to do it. So I knew to get up there and just
go.
jump.
I did the same thing in Jamaica. I did the cliff dive. It was up there, and I made sure I listened to what they say about going in like a bullet, tight. But I don't want to stand up there and have a conversation.
Well,
Let's go.
You can't second guess. There's a video that gets played over and over and over. It's a large gal, and she's going out to run off of this boulder into the water, and you can tell she second guesses at the last second, trips, falls, hits the boulder, goes into the water. It's hilarious, but it's because she hesitated, and you can't. It's one of those things you just gotta do it now. So, anyhow, death meditation. Check it out. All right.
Check it out.
Let me notice a couple other things. How about... Oh, yeah. Okay. I have very little information on this. I saw a news story over the weekend, and it had almost no info, but authorities had to evacuate Chocolate World.
Yes.
What?
Because there was a bomb threat to Chocolate World.
What?
Yeah.
Come on.
And I haven't seen anything else other than the building was being evacuated as a
You know
precaution.
the likely culprit, Vanilla World.
Oh, yeah.
We just got a text from somebody who's going to Hershey Park right now, and they said, do you guys need me to get you anything while I'm out there?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So did the park close?
No. It was just Chocolate World, which is separate from the park.
It's actually separate. A lot of people don't know.
It's free.
You can go. Yeah. You don't have to go into Hershey to take a ride. And by the way, I love it.
I do too.
Every time.
That little ride, which is free, by the way, is a delight. It's I feel childlike.
It's so seamless too because it has the largest staging area. As you walk in, there's this big platform, and you just
the
pick your
platform is
car.
moving.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Didn't you report, though, that they're either changing it or making
were
it
adding-
They're
they were
swapping it out for
something to it.
Bomb World.
adding to
Yeah,
it?
they were adding. They had this
Okay.
3D video thing that they did, which was really fun.
Right.
But they're adding on to it. They're switching something up. That was
It's
a little while
the
back.
joy of sex.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So this happened on Friday.
Okay.
And they said police found no evidence of explosives. They checked Hershey World. After
Who the hell
somebody-
would do that?
After someone called 911 multiple times threatening to blow it up.
This is weird because my friend who lives in whatever town is right next to Hershey. Was that
Hershey?
No, like Mechanicsburg or something.
Oh, yeah.
So she was telling me, and when did this happen, Press?
Friday.
Okay, yeah. So on Friday, she got home from work, and there was a cop in her driveway. And he said, I am looking for a man with one eye.
I dare you to say I am Groot.
Yeah. And she said, well, why don't you try using both eyes? You might be able to find them faster.
Oh, I'm sorry. I ruined your
Yeah, joke.
You don't have to be
I ruined your
sorry.
dad joke.
By the way, to the person who is going to Hershey, if you're going to Chocolate World today, there is something you can pick up. They make the Hershey's. I think they're called the Gold Bars. They're big. They're Hershey's almond gold bars. Or they might be called the Grands or something like that. But they're bigger. They're thicker.
Yeah,
they have more almonds in them, and you can only get them there.
I like that.
But you can't leave them in your car, something like that. I mean, they're going to melt,
No.
So, no, it's not. It's not Hershey's Gold. I'm sorry, they pulled this up. This was a brand.
yeah.
This is a thing that they made.
Caramel ice cream, Hershey's Gold is a different
Which
one.
I did like that, and it wasn't chocolate; it was something else. But no, it's essentially their larger Hershey's with almonds bars.
I was posed
They
this.
have gold foil wrapping.
So let me ask you, and this is very dumb and basic. I don't know what your answer is going to be, but I'll ask it. It makes you think for a second. Chocolate or caramel? Which do you prefer?
Chocolate.
Okay, yeah. Right?
Caramel's nice.
Is that even a
Chocolate
question you
and
ask?
caramel, yes.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Right. So to me, yeah.
Steve, did you watch? I'm sorry. Now I'm diverted. Did you watch the rerun of Wheel of Fortune last night?
No, I didn't get to see it.
There was a woman on who loved two things more than anything on the planet: Winnie the Pooh and caramel. And Pat said, "Wow, if we could get a Winnie the Pooh made out of caramel," and this woman nearly lost her mind, and it was very entertaining to me. Anyway, back to you, Preston.
That's a classic Wheel of Fortune.
Speaking of Wheel of Fortune, last night on Jeopardy, Ryan was on there.
Yeah, it was a rerun on the Tournament of Champions.
Yeah.
And he did really well. I don't think that he makes it to the next round?
No, he doesn't.
Okay, yeah.
And he just was having an off night.
All three of them were.
They're
actually.
in repeats, yeah.
Yeah, they missed a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think they all started off in the negative territory, but yeah, Ryan's such a great dude.
Yeah.
One of the questions, would the perfect candy to pair with Winnie the Pooh, caramel?
Caramel.
Don't F with Chocolate World, by the way.
No.
Leave that alone. Even if you're
messing with us then.
Even if you're a psycho, leave that place alone. All right, let me see what else I noticed here. Okay, so I'd mentioned flying and my mother-in-law's fear of it. But I saw this article. It says flying is actually getting better. It says, while disruptive passengers may fill our feeds, the FAA has found that unruly behavior has decreased since 2021. The FAA reports that passenger behavior incidents have decreased by 80%.
Wow.
Well,
there were 5,973 reports in 2021 and only a little over 1,100 so far this year. And obviously, there's no more COVID protocols, which some people took really personally for some reason. And it caused a lot of angst, and so that is trimmed way back, which is fabulous.
You also have people, if it bleeds, it leads. So you have your phone, you get somebody acting up on a flight, and so you think that's predominantly what you're going to encounter when you fly.
No, but the numbers have dropped.
That's what I'm saying,
significantly.
So that's why we have an impression that it's the Wild West. But I'm glad it's dropped. It's awesome.
Yeah, there was a video last week of a gal saying that that mother effer isn't real.
Right, yeah.
That he isn't real. And we're what? Yeah, I don't know.
It's one of the
they had to empty the plane out.
One
and
of the
everything.
countless, yeah.
Oh, and it had to do with earbuds. That's what the argument was.
She has since released a video apologizing for the tirade.
Yeah, I didn't watch it yet. Did you? I was curious what she had to say.
It goes on way too long.
Did she apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy Ben Affleck for
that's easy.
incorporating them?
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy Ben Affleck for incorporating them into my fantasy life. I'd like to apologize.
It did go on too long.
Yeah, apologize.
I apologize. I'd like to apologize. I apologize.
By the way, somebody texted in and said I was talking about Hershey Nuggets. No, I'm not.
No.
Something else.
No.
Don't you tell me what I'm talking about.
Don't you dare.
I'll blow up the whole place.
All right.
No, yeah, that to me that seems so insane that you'd pick something so benign as a target of your angst. But you're on to another topic now.
So the flying is getting better. Serious cases are still being sent to the FBI, the ones that...
That's the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That is, yes. But passengers can face up to $37,000 in civil penalties for disruptive behavior on aircraft.
Again, I wonder, have they we've talked about this a number of times. Is there a room or a area with the capacity to restrain someone who needed to be restrained instead of just taping them to their chair? Or
No, they don't. I mean, could they make one?
Yeah.
Or would that be now part of a standard aircraft?
Could you transfer them to the cargo plane?
A brig?
Yeah, the luggage plane.
Put a brig on the the plane?
Right?
I doubt it.
Okay. Well, if it's dropped to 80%, they're probably not thinking about that.
No. They might have been thinking about it a year or two ago, but anyway.
There is an area where the stewardesses or the flight staff, I should say, there is a place where they can sleep. They have like where the galley is. Yes, there is, and I don't know if Connor can call it up, but on larger flights where the
Yeah, I
galley
would imagine
is,
what kind of aircraft it is.
right?
But yeah.
And there is an area compartment up like a raised compartment, Kathy, with like 2 beds.
Whenever I win Powerball, I'm going to take you guys on that flight that they do on Crazy Rich Asians.
Yeah.
So China.
We don't even need. We can just go to Singapore and turn right back around.
Yeah, right.
As long as I get to hang out in that thing.
Yes.
Nick, just rent a theater and show us Crazy Rich Asians.
All right. So if I win the $1 million, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. Let me see. What's else?
Quickly, Kathy. That's it up in the screen right here.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
So that's the birth you were talking about?
Exactly.
All right, a recent study published by the Journal of Investigative Dermatology found that bad hair days could be linked to genes.
So what if you wear just regular slacks?
A rare genetic mutation could impact hair follicle formation, shape, and hair whorl direction. That's a word. Whorl, W-H-O-R-L.
Like a swirl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a swirl,
Whirl.
but it's a whorl. I always thought whirl was spelled W-H-I-R-L. That's a different kind of whirl,
Yes.
right?
Aren't there whorls associated with your fingernails too?
W-H-O-R-Ls?
Yeah.
I don't know. The team studied the scalps of just over
Fingerprint.
Fingerprint. Thank you, Kathy.
There you go.
Not fingernails.
3,000 participants, and according to Dr. Sijia Wang, they said,
okay, go ahead.
Our group has been looking for the genes underlying various interesting traits of physical appearance, including fingerprint patterns or whorls.
So they say that
eyebrow thickness, earlobe shape, and hair curliness.
So the whirl is as indicative, or like, is it?
Well, it's
like
not as unique as fingerprints.
Okay.
But genetically, the reason that your hair grows in that particular, your genes have to do with this. So I have like a cowlick. Like it's,
Yeah, me too.
it'll never go away. And I can't get my hair cut certain ways. It will make it more prominent.
Yeah,
if I cut it too short, and I wanted to go with a shorter cut this last time.
What about a man bun?
And they said, if I
have
go
to
any
watch.
shorter, you're going to have this little poof sticking up all the time.
I think most people have that.
Yeah.
Not me.
Well, I looked at him too, like no, or a lot of people have that. I mean, I think like hairstylists deal with that all the time.
Do you think, Kathy? So they fingerprint you when you've committed a crime. Should they dip the back of your head in ink and?
Hey, I'll tell you what, my whorls are damaged.
Your whorls are damaged?
Yeah, I can't. Whenever I get fingerprints done, they never take. So I always have to get like the ink. I always have to do the old school.
Well, there's your lot in life. You have a perfect vagina and faulty whorls.
Yeah. How often are you being fingerprinted?
Well, for like clearances and stuff like that, like to go into Jace's school, you have to have all of that done. So I get it done. I forget how long it lasts, maybe 2 years or something like that. And so I have to get it done. But ever since I was a kid, and I have a theory on why it happens. When I was a baby, I touched the stove with both of my hands and burnt both my hands, and I had to have wraps and all kinds of treatment on my hands when I was a baby, and I think it must have something to do with that.
Maybe.
Like why? And every person I go to can never figure it out. They put hand sanitizer on it, they put alcohol on it. Oh, you must have lotion on, whatever. I'm like, this happens every single time you're going to need to use the ink.
That's an age-old crime thing, where the criminals would use acid to get their fingerprints burned off, or they would in fact hold something really scalding to burn off their fingerprints and foil that. So yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Wow.
Do you remember the yogurt place World Peace? WHIRLED.
I
remember
that. Wait, I thought that was a pizza joint. No, I'm thinking of Pizza.
Yes.
Okay.
Similar vibe.
World
Peas.
Peas. Well, I remember World Peas.
Yeah.
Visualize
Right.
World Peas.
You would go in, and then you make up your own yogurt thing, and by the end you'd hand them the $4,400.
Yeah,
And
there's a few of those that
yeah.
are still around by a different name, but yes, it does cost a ridiculous amount of money.
Steve, off air last week, you were talking about fish food, the Ben and
Yes.
Jerry's ice cream flavor. So Dave Matthews Band has a song that's called One Sweet World. Then they made a Dave Matthews Band food or ice cream for Ben and Jerry's. It was called One Sweet World, WHIRLED instead of world.
Have you had it?
It's delicious.
All right.
I think they discontinued it for some reason, though.
All right.
By the way, speaking of the fingerprint worlds, one of the greatest inventions as of late using your fingerprint, Steve, is the unlocking your Mac.
Is it not awesome?
It's the best.
So you
It's the
guys know
absolute
that,
best.
and I have you have a newer one, but the older the guys, if you see this button up here on the right, with usually the power on, that is now a finger reader.
You just you never have to enter your password. Like maybe once a month it'll ask you to enter your password, and you just. It's so much quicker. It's beautiful.
Maybe the company should buy those.
By the way, researchers found that hair whirl direction, clockwise or counterclockwise, is likely linked to 4 genetic variations. There were no significant associations between hair whirl patterns.
So a world to the left means gigantic testicles, right?
And cognition or neurological development. And this one text said, wait, where was it? Hang on a second here. Oh, so the study says that physical traits are related to your genetics. No S. Thank you, Gino.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. All right, what else I had to notice? It's just something I noticed. That's all.
The noticer keeps noticing, so you don't have to. It's what he does.
Let's see. What was this one?
Noticer's looking.
Oh, that one's stupid.
He didn't like that one.
An Alberta University study.
Where is this?
Alberta.
Okay.
Sorry, Alberta.
Not Alberta.
It says Abertay.
A birthday.
Yeah.
Where's that? Where's that birthday?
I don't know. You ever heard of that, Nick?
Nope.
Abertay?
I'm going to find out, though.
What the hey?
Yeah.
Abertay
It's
University.
right near Dundee in Australia.
Hey.
The United Kingdom.
United Kingdom.
So it's a knowledge K?
It's a knowledge K in Abertay.
It's right near St. Andrews, Preston. In Scotland.
wow.
It's a knowledge K in yeah, okay.
Weren't you talking about going to St. Andrews?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to put it off for another year, unfortunately.
Well, it's right across the water.
Okay. Well, I'll swing by there someday. So they found that across many cultures and countries, men proclaim their love first at the start of a new relationship, meaning they're the first ones to say, I love you.
What about you and Rochelle?
Wow.
Who said it first?
I don't remember. I do not remember. It's a good question.
Yeah, what about you, Nick?
I'll have to ask her.
I did, but I was stoned.
Okay.
So
it wouldn't hold up in court.
Yeah, but it counts.
Kathy?
The survey found that men
I don't remember.
That men say I love you about 107 days into a relationship, and women hold out for about 122 days.
What about you, Case?
Yeah, Rochelle definitely said it first.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Don't
Do you remember?
tell Preston.
No, I mean, do you remember?
I remember the exact moment. Yeah.
when you said I love you?
I didn't say it first.
Okay, so she said it first.
Do you remember how long into the relationship?
7 minutes.
We know somebody who would do that.
A few months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no clue.
No clue.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
It's
It's
the worst.
terrible.
That's terrible.
That's a.
It's quite possible you don't love your husband.
Awful people.
I know. On average, men think about saying "I love you" about 69 days into the relationship.
I was thinking about it with Mrs. Cho.
I did. So the girl that took my virginity, I told her first, and I could have sworn she was going to say I love you too. She did not.
Yeah. So, and there it is.
There's the risk.
There it is. It's a leap of faith, especially if it's fairly early on in the
Yeah.
relationship.
Sometimes it slips out, though.
Yeah.
You know, not even during the fornication. You know, just I love you, and
yeah. I was watching a video. It was a comedy thing, and a guy sitting there with a coworker, and I forgot who it was. But anyway, she's going, yeah. No, it was Birbiglia.
Yeah,
it was Mike Birbiglia doing stand up, and he's like. It was a gal at work was just, nobody loves me at work. And he's like, what do you mean nobody loves you at work? I love you. And he's like, oh, no. He meant it in a different way. And he was like, oh, no.
What have I done?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Participants were more avoidant, were less happy to hear those three little words compared to with people who were more anxiously attached.
I never understood if someone says that to you and you don't quite feel that way back.
It's touchy.
It is touchy, but it's not like the first time it's ever happened in the human experience where you're still assessing feelings.
Oh my God, I keep thinking of
the bear
Succession.
Oh,
no,
Succession.
of what's his face? The
Roman.
No, the oldest son.
Oh,
Cameron. Yeah.
Ferris Bueller's
Cameron. He's in love with a prostitute.
Yeah,
he proposes.
And he keeps telling her that the way she just avoids saying it back is cringeworthy.
Steve,
man.
there's a scene where they're at somebody else's wedding and he proposes to her, and she doesn't want to say yes, and he's down on his knee, like looking up at her.
Is it
and
Alan Ruck? Is that
it's Alan Ruck,
yeah.
And he's just like, well, everybody's looking now, and I'm smiling.
Oh, man.
If you could just look happy.
Oh, yeah.
That's always.
But
the problem.
it would sting really bad if you've filled yourself with the
semen,
the gumption. No, to go ahead and
do it.
I'm doing this. I know she feels this way, and then you say it. And it doesn't come right back, even though you know this person isn't interested in ending the relationship or anything like that. It's a stinger, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
That was an ongoing Big Bang Theory plot line about, going back and forth and the other one not being ready and the other one not being ready and then finally getting ready. But it's, you're hoping for the money shot and you don't get it.
It's a little game. Yeah. But men, apparently, according to this particular study,
It's
out of
interesting.
Scotland,
You would think the other way, right?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so that's it. We're packing it up. Yeah, I think so, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. We've got other things that we need to get to, so we will take a break. We'll come back in a moment, and we'll get into the bizarre file. How about that? All right, we'll return shortly. Stay with us.
On 93.3 WMMR.
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he kind of gave me that smile and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, all right, moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
Oh, I never.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain them a little bit of the laws here.
It's like arm fat. It's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe. Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary.
It sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
We're done singing? No, if you want to sing.
I can't get that eye.
Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like, there was one guy who had, it looked like he was melting how loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the custodian, the connoissorian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow! You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
Too late.
The flavor lasts like
The
10
flavor's
seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right, yeah.
When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it
That's
sort of
what I always
tasted like a Twizzler a little bit.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll up, and Jace was like, "I don't like these. Can we get those?" And it was,
you
the
don't like mommy's
traditional
kale roll-ups.
It was like a little
They're
more.
actually not that bad.
Are they?
The healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joray is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial version.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joray is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El. But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and a rock nerd. A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know. And then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room. for
Right.
sure. Yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they actually
the cast isn't.
Really? So nobody on the show?
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that-
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, "Do you like this stuff?" They're like, "No, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it." I'm like, "Oh my God!"
They pull it off though. Who's ever writing the, again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference, but. On that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that. I have that piece. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, "Oh my God, shut up, nerd."
It's really bad. Yes,
There's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I
or?
cannot help you.
But
you
I've
can't
heard
even
that.
figure it out.
I've heard that before.
Never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles, about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
After you read a few,
the normal flow will take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many did you write?
45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do, a
Who would you
third
want them to use?
Well, the woman we had him marry, Shiklo, which was, I think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
No,
she's the queen of the vampires, and I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on.
this is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This
for
is
sure.
it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, the best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning and that are characters that are well written. And,
Right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too. But these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, like, for me, as I was watching Thor and they got it so right, part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys. Yeah, Feige. Yeah.
So to deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull up. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as like it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around. And
it's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So,
yeah.
So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah.
WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by Sports and Social. You can cheer on the Fightins just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social and Live Casino and Hotel Philly. You can watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with Budweiser, cocktail specials, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. So let me start with this. A married couple was sent to the hospital after getting into a fight that turned into a shooting. This was in Houston. The police said that shots were fired at about 3:45 a.m. with an 8-year-old girl inside the home as well. When police arrived, officers said they found a man who was shot in the mouth.
Jeez. Being
treated at the scene. Investigators believe the man was arguing with his wife when it turned into a physical fight.
I'm going to shoot your mouth.
Yeah, police say at some point the husband threatened his wife with a gun while she shot him once in the mouth using her own firearm.
No fair.
Excuse me?
No fair.
That was no fair?
Yeah.
Investigators said the couple's 8-year-old daughter was not injured, and she did hear a gunshot, noting that she didn't see anything. Police say the man was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. The woman was also hospitalized for a head injury. But that's a messed up situation.
That's horrible.
Being shot in the mouth. Wow. All right, this is weird. An exclusive Manhattan hotel is suing a wealthy teenager who protested with signs accusing it of Holocaust denial after he repeatedly tried and failed to get served alcohol while he was underage.
So he was looking to get booze, and he figured the best way to shame them would be to accuse them of being Holocaust deniers.
Yeah, so now they have a lawsuit against him, against Theodore Weintraub, who was then 17. He tried multiple times in 2021 to get served alcohol while underage using a fake ID at the Mark Hotel in the Upper East Side of Manhattan.
We are Holocaust deniers.
Weintraub's repeated efforts to be served alcohol led to his designation as a disturbance, resulting in a ban from the hotel, the lawsuit said. Despite this, he continued to visit. On one occasion, he was stopped from taking a seat after he arrived with his family for a dinner reservation. At first, he begged for forgiveness, but when the hotel insisted on enforcing the ban, Weintraub leveled accusations of anti-Semitism and spitting in people's food against it. The dispute then seemed to be over, with Weintraub seemingly not visiting or making contact with the Mark for 2 years.
You got the message.
But this summer, the hotel alleged in a lawsuit, Weintraub launched an increasingly disturbing campaign against it. He began picketing outside of the hotel with antagonistic signs, along with another man, by the way, identified only as John Doe, and the lawsuit alleges he was paid by Weintraub to
It
be
seems
there.
that way, yeah.
The signs made accusations such as the mark supports Epstein and the mark denies the Holocaust.
So, what do they have? Like the world's best hummus? Why is he so desperate to get back into this hotel?
They don't know.
Yeah,
they don't know. So he also allegedly made claims about the hotel having mice. The Mark Hotel.
So from the Holocaust to mice.
You've denied the genocide and you have mice.
The Mark Hotel is favored by celebrities like Gigi Hadid, Kendall Jenner, Anna Wintour, and Cara Delevingne, and offers rooms starting at $1,095 a night.
Oh, that's it?
According to the lawsuit, Weintraub, along with John Doe, reportedly and repeatedly shouted at both the hotel staff and guests and even subjected VIP visitors to harassment. The hotel said in the lawsuit,
you support child pornography and your ice machine doesn't work.
That the protests were becoming increasingly systemic and causing nearly nightly disruptions to the hotel and guests. Last week, a restraining order was granted that prevents Weintraub or anyone acting on his behalf from picketing within 150 feet of the hotel. So,
Listen, I know things got a little heated.
A Colorado couple's wedding started with monsoon rains and ended with an uninvited guest, and it was a bear raiding the dessert table.
It's pretty funny.
I love it.
Kayla Martinez and Brandon Martinez shared photos from their Boulder County wedding. It's a cupcake tree. Which took an unplanned turn when monsoon rains began to fall right before they exchanged vows. And
tiramisu's to die for.
The next surprise came during the reception when a bear showed up and started eating all of the desserts.
You with the bride or groom?
Yeah. He showed up at the reception, so maybe they thought he was going to, be a stripper underneath the outfit or something like that. I don't know. But Martinez said it's not too often that you go in to your dessert table and see a bear crashing it and eating all of it. Martinez said it ended up being the perfect Colorado wedding. Life doesn't always go to plan, she said, but it's how you get through it together.
It's pretty. You got some great pictures.
A 30-year-old woman has been charged with having sex with a dog. After the act was captured on a home security camera. Listen to how this rolled out.
Man.
Brittany Ann McClure was arraigned Wednesday afternoon before the judge charged her with 1 count of sodomy with a dog and 1 count of cruelty to an animal. McClure's former boyfriend filed a criminal complaint. The man had produced surveillance video of McClure committing a sex act with his dog in the man's living room. The complainant alleges he was randomly reviewing his home security video when he came.
Oh, wow.
When he came across the video.
How did I get that spot in the carpet?
Can you imagine?
No.
Based on the evidence.
Ed, come in here. What does this look like to you?
Police took the woman into custody.
It looks like your girlfriend banging a dog.
Oh.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's not just me.
Yeah.
It's not just me.
See.
Yeah, I don't know.
Looks like your girlfriend banging a dog.
I was wondering if I needed a new monitor, but you're saying that to you looks like my girlfriend banging a dog too. All right.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Based on the evidence, police took the woman into custody, at which time she provided a detective with a confession. The first charge against McClure is a 15-year felony, and the second charge is a 93-day misdemeanor. She was given a $100,000 personal bond and ordered not to have contact with animals as well. So
It's probably a wise idea.
Pretty wild story.
Yeah.
There you go. That's what I have in Bizarre. I just can't help but let my mind wander as to what exactly she was doing.
What preceded?
You know what I mean?
What makes you look at the the collie and say, yeah,
I know. But what was
And
it?
how does it all actually
Was
happen?
it the old peanut butter trick, or
Yeah.
was it?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay. All right. Anyhow.
Or did the dog say, why don't you use some peanut butter?
It was the dog's idea.
Listen, if we're going to do this, I want peanut butter and a lot of it.
All right, and that's what I have in the Bizarre File for you. All right, let us take a break. When we come back, we got something to give away via the lesson question. We'll ask a question about today's program, see if you've been paying attention. We'll also get trash and music news, of which we will have a concert announcement in. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
What surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D
Well, we
fan?
had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
That guy's wild.
my wife was like calling all her friends, like, he's in my living room.
He's Sofia Vergara,
Come on
Magic
over.
Mike, and True Blood. Yeah.
He's super handsome.
Yeah.
Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. and then he pulled out his box of figures, and he's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. Like, and Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh my God.
But Manganiello has like this whole, and they're alphabetized and it's super like OCD.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room.
That's great.
What a nerd.
I don't understand it. And I've tried to play, and I've gotten really pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is
I'm
too
borderline.
short.
I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books, and he's already schooling me. Like, we're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
Well, he enters into it though with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through attrition and and incrementally.
Right.
And that's
his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
his memory.
he's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it, but I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level? The D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever, and
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy, this leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers?"
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn
wow.
funny. So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh, God.
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21 and no one.
A little bit of close-up magic.
Yeah, I got pretty close. 7th level mage.
Did you get started in it by just like doing your own little fan fiction just for fun, and then
In comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people,
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends. And then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner he'd grown up working at a comic book store out in Jersey, and when he moved out to LA, he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan, and we just wrote that book on our own. And then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, "Well, you guys know what you're doing. Do you want to write Deadpool?" And the way it came up,
You must have crapped yourself when
I did, yeah. But I still had to even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. So I had to give them the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember because they listen. There's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of a guy who was a writer who ended up writing for Mad Magazine over the year, and that was revered. Mad Magazine to get in there it took forever. It was like Parliament.
Right.
You almost had to go through that process. But once you were in, I mean, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea because, you don't want to just, half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Yeah,
ex-military dudes that are like, oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother. And I'm like, oh, man.
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the.
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore. Yeah.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern day Da Vinci. When you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it Is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans? Fans of your TV work?
It's both, and I mean, I notice my fans because they look like me. A lot of black T-shirts and facial hair,
Right.
and
hunched a little bit.
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. a lot of doughy foods in their diet. I don't know. I'm not judging.
No, it's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but yeah,
you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
you're a big time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did?
The Hollywood Bowl?
Hollywood Bowl, and then the
kidding.
following week he was dead. And there's no way I would have, if you would have said, "Man, this is his last show," he didn't seem, like 1 foot.
Were you so glad you went though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die, so. Unless they're young. But, yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list for
I don't
you?
even know. I mean, well, like if Floyd ever gets back together, or Zeppelin, or any of those, obviously. But there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Live in Color in like 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989
That was a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Had mentioned Floyd. My son, my youngest son, is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to just a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
Ludes.
Ludes. No, we're not going to smoke weed, but we're gonna listen to that. I can't wait to turn him on to
And
that.
then he'll really like it when he smokes weed.
Right, exactly. This is step one. We'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in, and when I'm not around, check it out on your own. Yeah.
Where's that experience coming from now? Where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing, and I'm going to now in the darkness see the music, and that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums anymore.
Yeah,
that's why it's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things are badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. Maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a
laser
Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in San Francisco. Yeah.
I went to Seattle
wasted.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
Right.
Yep, because you
permanently
laid back.
reclined,
But
yeah.
they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser and then spin it around. So you'd see what Rush looked like backwards. And you'd be like, wow.
Well, then they
It's
did
amazing.
They did 3D laser lights where you'd wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah,
no, I
that was
missed
for
out
a
on
brief
that.
period. Yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn.
Regis Philbin.
Did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut.
So she would, he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air.
Shut! I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I
No,
mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly
Letters
people?
long this week. So just giving you ample warning on that. It'll be along shortly. We'll get that letter from Pierre to begin the whole thing in a little bit. In the meantime, we have something else to give away, and that would be our lesson question prize. We have a 4-pack of tickets for the Elmwood Park Zoo. If you can answer this question correctly. Painkiller is about Richard Sackler and the Purdue Pharma Company. Which movie is about the Purdue chicken farms? 215-263-WMMR is our number. So Painkiller is about Richard Sackler and the Purdue Pharma Company. Which movie is about Purdue chicken farms? If you heard us say that earlier this morning, you need to call him right now because we got some goodies. 215-263-WMMR. Call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see where we're going today. Steve, what do you have for us?
Well, Britney Spears' crazy ex-husband, Jason Alexander, is being ordered to steer clear of a woman he's accused of stalking in Tennessee. Britney released a statement saying that Alexander's off to a good start, but should also consider doing disturbing dance videos on Instagram.
Hello.
2 pilots successfully ejected from a fighter jet that crash landed in Michigan during an air show this weekend. Such events have become so common during air shows that attendees are often asked which aircraft they would like to see explode.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Prince William receiving a whole series of new titles, including Colonel-in-Chief of the Mercian Regiment, Colonel-in-Chief of the Army Air Corps, and Royal Honorary Air Commodore of the Royal Air Force Valley. However, William has yet to receive the most coveted of titles, Commander of the Order of Worldly Known Good Guys. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
He's a worldly known good guy.
He's a worldly known good guy.
All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to this. Painkiller is about Richard Sackler and the Purdue Pharma Company. Which movie is about the Purdue chicken farms? And it is Paul that we turn to try to get an answer. Paul, good morning.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Oh.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Magic.
Yeah, magic.
Well done.
I love it, Paul. All right. What's the name of the movie about the Purdue chicken farms, please?
I believe it was Chicken Sick.
Chicken Sick. You are correct. Paul, hang on, Scooby-Doo. We're going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets to the Elmwood Park Zoo. You can visit Elmwood Park Zoo this week. Save up to $6 on weekday admission after 2 p.m. Tickets available at elmwoodparkzoo.org, or you can purchase in person right at the gate. Let's do music news, shall we?
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, I'm going to lead with this concert announcement. That cool, Case? All right. Yeah, why not? We'll kick it off. This should be cool. This is a solid band. They're going to be playing Thursday, November 2nd at the Keswick Theater. And it is called the Return of Legends of the Fall Tour. And it features none other than Better Than Ezra.
Love those guys.
Yeah, they're a solid band. They've been here. They've performed in our studio before.
They're New Orleans own, right?
Yep, just super fun, nice guys, great music. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via AXS.com. How about this, though? This is good news. Duran Duran guitarist Andy Taylor shared some good news about his battle with prostate cancer. He says that he's expected to live 5 more years thanks to a new drug. Because things were looking pretty bad for him.
I mean, we were down to what I assumed was an any week now sort of thing. To see this was amazing because a 5-year extension could also result in another development or something that could help him along further. So, God willing.
He told BBC News that he was contacted by scientists who suggested what was called lutetium-177, a nuclear medicine, to treat his stage 4 prostate cancer.
Interesting.
Lutetium-177 only attacks cancer cells in the body because it can't see healthy cells. Taylor claims that he first tried the drug 6 weeks ago, and it seems to be working. He said it kills stage 4 cancer in your bones.
It's amazing.
And so that's what effectively it has done to extend my life for 5 years.
So years ago, or there's also a treatment that is like radioactive pellets. They'll sit right next to
my
the
uncle had one, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
this seems to be a little bit more comprehensive.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it other than this story. So I haven't looked into it as to what all lutetium-177 is or does. Although Taylor was diagnosed with prostate cancer in 2015, it took 7 years for the news to leak out. But this would be great news if he could turn around. They're in town in a couple of weeks.
Are you seeing them?
I'm taking Caroline.
Yeah.
Caroline requested.
How cool.
To go see Duran Duran. Yeah, I'm excited about that. Black Sabbath's live album Reunion is making its vinyl debut this fall. The set will feature 16 live tracks of their greatest hits recorded on their 1997 reunion tour. 2 bonus tracks will be included. And it features the original lineup of Ozzy, Tony, Geezer, and Bill.
Geezer. He used to live near you, didn't he?
He did, yes. The 3 LP collection will be out on October 13th. And one last story. I thought this was kind of fun. Vince Neil of Motley Crue is named his 5 favorite albums of all time. And there's some stuff on here you would not expect from Vince Neil.
I'm always interested to hear this stuff.
He did a recent appearance on AXS TV's Stranded series, and he chose the 5 albums he'd have if he were stranded on an island. He said, AC/DC, Back in Black. I can see that, right?
Yeah.
Aerosmith, Rocks, sure. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Cosmo's Factory. And then he said, any album by Journey and the Beach Boys. Or the Beach Boys' Endless Summer is the one he would choose. But any album by Journey, I'm like, dude, yes.
I
love it.
Yeah, I'd probably go with Pet Sounds. But, yeah, all good stuff.
I've been on a Journey kick lately. Big time.
A journey.
So I was kind of delighted to see that and unexpected from somebody like Vince Neil. He also suggested that if rock fans were stranded on a desert island, they should have Motley Crue's latest box set, Crucial Crew, with them, which features the 5 albums they released between 81 and 89, which would be Too Fast for Love, Shout at the Devil, Theater Pain, Girls, 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 and Dr. Feelgood.
I think I would have to go with food and medical supplies.
Okay. As opposed to the box set.
Couldn't play.
Neil added that he's working on 3 new songs, saying those 3 you might want to add to your playlist. So,
all right, let me give me one of your top 5 albums that you'd have on in this same scenario.
Man, I don't know. That's a lot to take on.
It'd have to be one Rush album, right?
Maybe, but I would more so focus in on the Beatles as absolute required listening, and it would probably be something. I mean, I could say the White Album because there's so many songs on it. It's a double album. That'd be more material, and there's great songs on it, but there are better albums. I don't know, Abbey Road maybe.
You know,
That's a good one.
If you had those 5 CDs, but you didn't have a CD player.
How about that?
You're just like staring at them the whole time.
Yeah. How about you? Pick one.
All Hasselhoff. All of it.
The full
Locomotion.
collection.
Hasselhoff Locomotion.
Ooga chaka, ooga. You do that while you're out there fishing, on your island.
It's a good technique.
Ooga chaka, ooga.
I've never caught more fish in my life.
Yeah.
Thank you, David Hasselhoff.
Hasselhoff saved my life.
That's an album title right there.
Yeah, it is.
And no, that's a Hallmark movie.
Hasselhoff saved my life.
Hasselhoff for Christmas.
All right. We could talk about this all day, but we're not going to.
No.
We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a month. No, thanks. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. So stay right where you are. No, thanks. All right, come back in a second.
No, thanks.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That are average people, like that married at first sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then, you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already, it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's, 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine Casey if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or booger.
Yes. Something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
It's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
If you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season. You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes. I love you. He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
It's poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric.
Oh, that's really cool.
Make
Yeah.
it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. Making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays. I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But I mean, that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you 5 guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all
bizarre,
sounds really bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating is your ability to have empathy. I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside, and they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are.
M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just, and it was something stupid to do as a kid, that when you would call it, it would dial, or it would ring once, and then it would pick up, and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something
and you happen
on MMR. 10:36 in the Preston and Steve show, coming to a close for Tuesday morning, which is kind of like a Monday for us, first day back. So we have a 4-letter word that will be appearing in a little bit. We'll get to all that in a few, but we have a couple of other orders of business to handle. Number one, first and foremost, a thank you to our guest this morning, Mr. Dave Raymond. Dave's the original Philly fanatic and super nice guy and a very positive individual. He's got a new book out, and it's called The Power of Fun. And it's essentially, in a nutshell, trying to focus on the good things, the fun in life. And
it's not frivolous.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of good...
It's essential.
Positive affirmations and little things that you can do to help you get in that frame of mind.
Yep.
And maybe it's a step in the right direction that you need. So, but he had some great stories from the early days of the Fanatic, and obviously, and he was instrumental in getting Gritty up and running.
Yes,
the
he was.
concept of Gritty and helping out with that, and just a super nice guy. His website is called DaveRaymondSpeaks.com, but you can just click our social stuff and website stuff, and you'll be able to find him and his book. But it's called The Power of Fun, which I think is really, really cool. And in fact, he had recommended, instead of saying, "How are you doing?" He'd tell me something good.
Tell me something good.
Is the way he would open up.
Keyed off the song, but it's, yeah.
Yeah, tell me something good. So, Pierre.
Good morning.
Tell us something good.
Good you to morning.
Good you to morning. There you go. That's good in my book.
That is good. Yeah, and it's going to be a good day.
I like that. Excellent.
And it's Double Shot Tuesday.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's spectacular.
Before we run down your list of stuff on your program, shall we get that letter?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
R as in radical.
All right, and that is our first letter of a 4-letter word, and we will give away a pair of premium tickets for night number 1 of WWE WrestleMania 40, which is taking place in Philadelphia. It'll be Saturday, April 6th at Lincoln Financial Field. You can witness your favorite superstars from Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown. Undisputed WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, Bianca Belair, World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins, and Becky Lynch are all going to be a part of this event. Yes, and you can be there for WrestleMania. Tickets for both nights, April 6th and 7th, go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. Wednesday's pre-sale info and code at WMMR.com. There you go. All that information out there. What's up on your program today? Double Shot Tuesday, you said, of course.
Yes, that's one of the things. We've got Doobie Brothers for Tom Johnson's birthday today. STP, you just played some. We'll play some more. Garbage released their debut album today in 1995.
Wow.
Which is wild. So
Yeah.
We'll play some Shirley coming up. And it is, we're also getting, tomorrow is the first of the 2 Giant Brew shows. Every summer I wonder, what's the biggest show of this summer season? And I don't have an answer for this particular year just yet. They're Dave Matthews is always gigantic in terms of people attending or a fish show. But what's the just standout show of the summer? So
bizarrely, it might be like the Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift or Beyonce, even though it's not our format. But if you're talking sheer scope,
you could well be right. And Pink is also coming, and I have heard rave wonderful things about her in concert and the acrobatic stuff that she does.
Right.
So
I'll actually go to Pink because Brandi Carlile's opening for her. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I'm going as well.
I'm going to go too. Yeah.
I'm one of our backup dancers. So
Kathy used to not like
I
Pink.
used to not like Pink.
Okay.
I didn't not like her music. It was like back up. I never disliked her. What I didn't like was you guys would talk about her and be like, she's so hot. I love her. She's so sexy. I didn't get that part of it. But her show and the performance she puts on, like, I need to go and see that.
Right.
All right.
Cool.
Excellent. All right. Well,
and I'll also have Rome, Sublime with Rome, and Slightly Stupid tickets. That's coming up this Sunday.
Wonderful.
And a big double shot of Bruce, because, again, tomorrow is the kickoff of the 2-night stand, and another concert announcement of my own. Probably in the 2 o'clock hour.
Excellent. All right. Pierre is full of chalk. He is
Chalk.
chock
full of the chalk.
Bring me aboard.
We need to give away our Tattoosday prize. And winner of that is Eleanor Brubaker from South Philly. So, Eleanor, congratulations. You got yourself a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can find them at 1729 South Street in Philly if you want to check out their artwork samples. Visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. All right, let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan, also brought to you by Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University, wilmu.edu. Tomorrow on the program, speaking of the WWE, we will have Ricochet in our studio. Yep, who will be a part of WrestleMania. We'll go live on Fox Good Day. We'll have a secret text word, and we'll have a good time.
Yes.
That is it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.